to join us as well. Officially, I would just like to say good morning to our online audience, as well as those who have joined us physically in the venue. I was given very strict instructions, which I would also like to share with our speakers this morning, that our camera is within the radius of this banner. So when we speak, we should not move beyond the banner. This is for all our audiences, all our speakers that will be speaking physically today. So the event, as you will know, is the International Open Access Week. And this is an event which is a collaboration between the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, as well as the Library and Information Services. So to kick off our event, I would just like to notify everyone that we have an online audience. We have those here present, which is the same with our speakers as well. We have speakers who will be online, and we have speakers that will be speaking physically. So to start off this program, without wasting any more time, I'd like to call on Prof Verona Leendertz. Prof Verona is the Deputy Dean for Research and Innovation at the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. Thank you, Prof.
Good morning, everybody, and a special good morning to our online guests as well, and to all our guests in person. The Faculty of Economic and Management Science and the Library and Information System would like to welcome you all today to the Open Access Week, Community Over Commercialization. And a special welcome just to some of our guests. And firstly, Prof Jeffrey Mphahalele. Yes, Prof Jeffrey, I must not get that tongue twister correct. Dr. Mathew Moyo from the Library and Information System. And Prof Mathew Moyo, yes, Prof Dorothy Laubscher, Prof Leon de Beer, that will connect live from Norway to do his presentation. Prof Jako Olivier, that will present from Canada, all the way from Vancouver, Canada. And then also a special welcome to Dr. Hahnel, Mr. Leo Chiloane, and Mr. Shockey. So fundamentally, colleagues, we are here to explore a crucial topic today. How can we as a university prioritize access, conduct work that is impactful for teaching and learning, research, and fundamentally as well, our communities, both our internal and external communities. In today's fast-paced world, it becomes easy to lose sight of what truly matters, the strength of our communities, the relationships we build, and the collective vision we strive for. This gathering is an opportunity for us to reconnect with those principles, to share ideas, and to explore how we can put communities in the center of our core activities and creative endeavors. Together today, we will engage in thoughtful discussions and hear from inspiring speakers how we can challenge the status quo, capitalize on the opportunities that we have, and push back against the commodification of everything, and also remind us that real value comes from connection and collaboration, not just from transactions. I'm excited for what we will learn and how we will grow as a community during this event. On behalf of the faculty and the library management, we thank you for being here and for choosing to be part of this relevant and crucial conversation. So colleagues, welcome here at this event for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Verona, for the warm welcome. I realized that I actually did not introduce myself. Pardon me for that. My name is Zamakose, and I am with the recently named Research and Postgraduate Support. Some of you might know it as Research Support, but we recently were named differently. So just to carry on with the program, I'd like to invite Prof Mphahalele. He is our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, and he will be giving us the opening address.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. Not sure if you're expecting an opening address like the opening address from the politicians. So this will just be a few remarks from my side. As the BBC Research and Innovation, of course. But let me thank Faculty of what you call yourself? Economic and Management Sciences, FACE. Right? Let me thank the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, together with the Department of Library and Information Service, for hosting this event. It's an event that is rotating across faculties, and certainly the faculties are doing a good job to make sure that it happens, and they take the lead in organizing. So thank you, Prof Verona, for the stellar job. I must also say the theme is very relevant, and I like it. I missed the Open Access Week last year, but see that this theme is flowing from last year. I think is a relevant theme, and is a theme that talks directly to what we would like to achieve with the open access. Because if you are preaching open access, what you are saying is that the generation and dissemination of knowledge should be treated as public good. And if you agree that actually most of this knowledge is generated from public institutions like universities, which are funded by the public purse, then you will be a good friend to research funders like the National Research Foundation, South African Medical Research Council, and many other research funders in the country. But it's not a national thing. This is a global initiative. And you heard from Prof Verona saying International Open Access Week, which means that it's not just us or the national research funders promoting it. It's actually promoted globally by like-minded organizations. So for that, thank you very much for the theme. So open access, it sounds straightforward in terms of the definition. But then, if you take a reflection of what was happening before open access, you will realize that the world has actually moved and moved in a tremendous way. Because previously we had closed access, isn't it? We had closed access where institutions or the libraries or the scholars had to pay to access information. In fact, some institutions and researchers had to pay twice, and because you pay to publish and you still pay to access what you publish. So open access is giving us freedom to really have access to the information that we generate freely. But production of information does not necessarily mean free. I don't know if you'll agree with me there, because somebody has to pay for the publication of information. So we still have to face article processing charges in some cases. And if you are not lucky to get free data to access the information, it means you still have to pay for data to have access to that information. So we know access is free in the sense that you don't necessarily have to pay in monetary terms, but to produce it, somebody has to pay the bill. But there are developments, and the Library and Information Service, I'm sure we'll talk to that, which is actually allowing more and more scholars and institutions to have to produce this information free of charge. So why do we promote open access? And I think I've already touched a number of points why we promote open access. But the most important thing that we need to underscore is that open access content, including newly published journals or articles in the journals, books, be accessed free of charge to the consumer. And the content is available immediately. Sometimes the content is even available before publication. So in a way, we are able to access the content early enough. And this is extremely important because it normalizes equity of access. We often complain that developing countries take longer to enjoy what developed countries are actually enjoying. You have seen during COVID-19, if developed world have got access to the vaccine, the developing world has to negotiate access to that vaccine. And it did not stop during COVID-19. We see with the new outbreaks, like the Mpox, if you are following the story of the Mpox, we do have a vaccine, but the developing world is still negotiating to have access to the vaccine. And I'm using these examples because they resonate with me. Obviously, my background is on health. So it's easy to pick up these examples in health. But clearly, when we look at publications, if we do not have access to the information immediately, it means we are perpetuating this complex notion where we just don't have equity of access, which is not the right thing. I must say, while we have got so many advantages about open access for research or scholarly work, but the other area where it is extremely important is when it is improving educational outcome. And is doing this in a tremendous way. Because you can think about postgraduate students, right? During my time, we had to go to the library and make loads and loads of photocopies, right? When we were doing research. Then you have to then spend time to read the papers, and then you can only then move on. So why is it improving educational outcomes? Is because if you are a postgraduate student, you can literally compile a literature review from the comfort of your room. You don't need to go to the library. And that's what it means. But we are not promoting the idea that if you are a researcher or a postgraduate student, do not go to the library. So I have to underscore that. We are not promoting that because certainly, very sure will not be proud with me. She still needs to see you in the libraries, staff and students alike. There are advantages of visiting the libraries, and I don't need to really tell you about those advantages, but it's just important to say that during this era where misinformation and disinformation are just everywhere, libraries remain the only places, the only safe places where you can get reliable information, where you can get facts, not fiction, about information. And because of that, we need to promote access to the library. Universities, especially in the research and innovation space, they subscribe to open access for a number of reasons. Because I mentioned that universities are actually the main generators of new knowledge. So obviously, we want this information to be accessible as early as possible. And we also want to quell the misunderstanding or maybe some misconceptions about open access. Because when it started, the way we used to perceive open access was that it is inferior to conventional publications. But we have moved. We are no longer in that space. So open access does not mean inferior at all. So publications that are generated through open access are still subjected to rigorous peer review. There's no question about that. So if you are a scholar or you are a postgraduate student and you publish through open access journal, and then they just say pay APCs, article processing charges, your stuff will be published, you should know you're not dealing with the real journal. You're dealing with fly-by-night journals. Okay? There is a lot of those journals. And I don't want to say that they are only in open access journals. No, they've been there all along. Even during the print media, those journals have always been there. So it's up to you as a student or a researcher to ensure that whatever you publish in is a journal that will be recognized. Publishing in open access journal still means that whatever you publish will still be indexed, all right? It will be indexed, it will be cited, and it will still contribute towards your age index. So it does not necessarily mean that it is inferior. It can still be recognized by DHET, provided it's not fly-by-night journal. And it does not mean that the author gives away your intellectual property, your copyright. The authors can still have access to what they publish, especially if this is available in a digital format. The other advantage is that open access reaches a wider audience and increases international visibility. There's no question about that. So it gives us competitive edge as institutions to intensify internationalization of our scholarly work and impact. Institutional visibility, as you know, is extremely important nowadays, where universities are going through global rankings. So we need to be visible to the world so that whatever we do can actually contribute towards international and global and international ranking. The other thing is that open access has greater potential to impact public policies and practices. As I said earlier about COVID-19, we have seen how the knowledge that was produced during that pandemic period, because it was easily available through open access platforms, it could impact policies and practices in immediate way. So that is actually a good example. We also know that knowledge generated with public funding should be public good, as I mentioned. So what is happening at Northwest University? We do have a number of pathways to promote open access. You heard about open access policy that the NIS environment is a custodian of. You heard about open access publishing agreements, the so-called transformative agreements. And we also know that the library hosts and maintains open access institutional repository that we call Buluga, which collects, preserves, and distributes Northwest University research material at no cost to other users. And recently, the library is actually hosting open access journals as well. So we are not just talking open access, we are promoting open access. So, Prof Verona, this is all I want to say. And I really wish you the best with the program of the day. It's good to see that we have got a rich program, which is for international speakers, and we are here to learn. But what is important is that from the institution, we do not just talk open access, we are promoting it and we are living it. Thank you very much.
Which comes from friends and NIS. Just to say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Prof, for the opening address. It certainly was not one from Parliament. I believe it was more factual. Just for the next few, not next few minutes, for an hour or so, we're going to have 3 presentations. The first one is from Prof Dorothy Laubscher, who is going to join us and come to the front. And then the other 2 speakers, which I will also introduce, will be online. I would like to invite the online audience, if you want to engage. I think we have NIS colleagues who are watching the chat. if you want to engage, just engage online so that we are also able to just feel your presence and to get that participation from you. I'd like to then briefly introduce Prof Dorothy Laubscher. She is an associate professor in the research unit for SDL, which is self-directed learning, in the Faculty of Education at NWU. She serves as the chairholder for UNESCO Chair on Multimodal Learning and Open Educational Resources at the NWU. Her research interests include mathematics education, technology-enhanced learning, self-directed learning, open educational resources, and blended and multimodal learning environments to foster self-directed learning. She is involved in various projects exploring open educational practices and technology-supported and multimodal learning to promote self-directed learning. She acts as a supervisor for postgraduate students and has published on a national and international level. Prof, you're most welcome to come and join us in the front.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Library Information Services and Faculty Education, Economic Management and Sciences. I also getting it wrong today. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to speak to you today, or to share with you today. So today I'm going to be talking about some innovative uses of open education resources. And I'm going to be looking at three aspects. I'm going to be looking at classrooms, how we can connect classrooms, research, and communities. And I'm going to give a couple of examples of what we are working on currently at the Northwest University, and we're also going to go back to some basics of open education resources. So I'm just going to do an introduction on what OERs are, and then I'm going to look at the 5 R's of OER, which I'll talk about in a moment. Within each of those 3 spheres, connecting classrooms, research, and community engagement. And I'm also going to be looking at some of those key innovations that I mentioned. So the term open educational resources was coined in 2002 at UNESCO's Forum on Open Courseware. And the definition for open educational resources is learning, teaching, and research materials in any format and medium that reside in the public domain or are under copyright, that have been released under an open license, that permit no-cost access, reuse, repurpose, adaptation, and redistribution by others. And I think it's important to note the learning, teaching, and research materials, as has already been mentioned this morning. So some of the advantages of OER, and I'm going to definitely be talking about more advantages as we proceed, is the reduction in learning costs. We all know how important it is for students to lower the cost of education and educational resources. And that's one of the big things that OER offers us. Increased accessibility to educational resources for students, even those with disabilities, is an important aspect. Also in remote areas, if there is some kind of an internet connection, students, learners in any area can have access to material through open education resources. And also research has showed us that open education resources can enhance the learning quality. David Wiley, who's one of the advocates of open education, outlined 5 key characteristics of OER. And we commonly refer to those as the 5 R's of using OER. And I'm going to constantly be referring back to these today as we do this presentation. The first one is to retain. Each person has the right to make and own copies of the published resource. So anybody can create an open resource and then produce that or put that in the public domain. Reuse, where any person has the right to use open education resources in different ways and depending on the different learning contexts. So it could be formal learning context, it could be in informal contexts. So that's so important, and we'll talk about that in contextualization of OER a little bit later as well. Revision, to be able to revise. Anybody can revise the educational resource for their purposes. So you might want to change it for the context that you're dealing with. You might want to change it in terms of language. You might want to change it in terms of the content, or to enhance the existing resource that was there. To remix it, anybody can create a new educational resource by combining one or more different learning contents together, and then to redistribute. Anybody has the right to share with others copies of the original, revised, or remixed version of that OER. Now, we're going to have a look at the impact of these 5 R's on those 3 domains that I mentioned, on classrooms, research, and communities. And although I mentioned a couple of examples separately under each of the different headings, I do want to say that really those aspects are so integrated that it's actually hard to decide where I wanted to categorize each one, because what happens in the classroom has an impact on the research that we are doing, and also what we do in the classroom, we want to have an impact on communities and the research around our communities. So really the examples are very integrated, however, I have discussed them under specific headings. So in terms of the role of OERs in classrooms, just what literature has showed us about that is the innovation in teaching and learning by implementing approaches such as the flipped classroom approach, project-based learning, is so much more enhanced through the use of OERs. High quality adaptable educational material, if we think in terms of the revision and the remixing of those 5 R's, tailored to specific students' needs and diverse learning contexts. Like I mentioned, many open resources can be changed into different languages, changed to different content areas to suit the needs of those specific learners and to be able to add to the inclusivity of the open education resource. We've spoken about financial barriers and the importance of that, actually within all of those R's. Personalized learning for students to have resources that suit their specific learning needs. The revision and the remixing are really important as well. Flexibility and inclusive learning environments. And then finally, improving results and retention rates, which in higher education and in secondary, any education that we're dealing with, that is something that we are always looking at, how to improve results and retention rates and student success. So just some key innovations that we are busy working on at the Northwest University. We are currently in discussion with an organization who they are going to be establishing themselves as open access organization. It's called Luma Learn. And what they have done is they have developed a WhatsApp-based bank of resources, open access to anybody, no cost involved, where they can support students in different areas. At the moment, they have developed resources for secondary schools. So in other words, they have a bank of resources which school students, school learners can access on a WhatsApp platform, which makes it really accessible for many students, learners in even remote areas. Teachers and even parents can access this platform in order to get more information, more material relating to the different content areas, the different subjects that their children or learners are working with. They've also extended this platform to agriculture. So they are also providing resources, different kinds of resources, multimodal resources to people who are in remote areas, who are busy in, dealing with agricultural issues, to get more information on how to deal with those. So we are in collaboration with them at the moment. We are busy drafting a research project with them where we are also working in collaboration so that we can also help to bring in the educational aspects into that platform, where we're looking at aspects such as Socratic questioning. We don't always like AI or artificial intelligence or open material just to feed information to our students. We also want them to think a bit about it. And that's why we believe quite strongly in the idea of Socratic questioning, where the platform can return a question to the learner or the user and establish exactly what is the need that they are dealing with. Have they thought about this? Have they accessed that, rather than just simply feeding an answer like we are quite familiar with generative AI at the moment. So it also promotes self-directed learning and autonomy of learning, where the user can think about what they are busy with and not just accept answers as get fed to them. And also in this specific instance, we can assist in the tailoring of this open resource. So as academics who've done some research in this field already, we can try to assist the developers with aspects like those that I've mentioned, Socratic questioning, self-directed learning, so that we can tailor that whole system to cater better to the needs of the classroom. You'll see I put this on a classroom, but you can also see that really it is very much a community aspect as well that we could be addressing through this specific example. I've mentioned a lot of this, and for the sake of time, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I just want to go to the last point, which says that OER can assist with equity issues and social justice. And we all know that the aspects of fees must fall and the expense that students have to go to for educational material. And a platform such as this WhatsApp-based platform really can address issues such as these. So we really believe that it's important that we invest our time, our interest, our research in something like this so that we can promote equity and also social justice. So when I move on to research, some of the aspects, and Prof Jeffrey actually mentioned some of these in his opening address. In terms of research, open access to knowledge is so important for research. Researchers can freely share and access not only new research that's been done, but also resources, data, methodologies, which can be shared among different researchers and redistributed. It's also important in terms of the collaborative research environment for doing collaborative research. And there I want to mention all 5 R's, sorry. Retain, reuse, revise. Thank you so much. Sorry for that, colleagues. Revise, remix, and redistribute. Also, interdisciplinary and global research collaboration. The impact of open access, open material, and open education resources on that is tremendous. So some of the innovations, and this is something I'm not sure if Prof Jako is online yet, but it's something that he initiated when he was still at the Northwest University under his leadership of the UNESCO chair, was the OER Fellowship Program, which he also ran with SAEON, where the OER Northwest University Fellows focus specifically on Northwest University participants, where different researchers and lecturers in the faculties could develop projects around open education resources and implement it in their classrooms. And ultimately what came from that was a book publication, an academic book on AOSIS, published through AOSIS, where each of those projects was recorded as a book chapter in that publication. Also, the SAEON Digital Humanities OER Champions also did a similar project, but it was an interinstitutional one where a number of different universities across South Africa could enter. So this is something that we're really hoping to extend in future as well and do a second cohort of both of these initiatives. So we do think that will definitely be a key innovation to be able to extend that in terms of our research. Also, we're fortunate enough to have gone through the first round of evaluation for an EU funding project, which goes on about the transforming STEM teacher education in South Africa through self-directed open educational practices. It's a project that I've applied for, and like I said, we've gone through the first round of evaluation, and the aim there is to do some research around fostering collaboration and partnerships between South African institutions. We are 5 different institutions involved there, and also 3 European partners, everybody involved in STEM education. And the aim is to enable the exchange and transfer of expertise, best practices and know-how in integrating self-directed open educational practices and OERs, specifically in STEM education. We know how important STEM education is, and we know many of the challenges in STEM education. And my background in maths education definitely highlighted that this is an aspect that we need to look into. And it obviously aligns with the need for modernization, development, and internationalization strategies as part of higher education institutions. If I move on to community, OER for community engagement, and we just reflect again on the 5 R's to support community engagement. First of all, to foster self-directed learning and autonomous learning by providing communities, particularly marginalized communities, not only, but as well, access to different resources. There definitely the R's are evident there. Communities can benefit from educational material that can be adapted to reflect local languages and cultures. We are, for example, at the Faculty of Education, also busy with an open educational resource project where some of our lecturers are doing projects with their students, which involves different presentation of content. In this case, it's geography content, but in different languages, where students can actually design different courses, different packages of information for others to use, but in a number of different languages relevant to our local context. And these resources will then be uploaded on a platform where teachers, learners, anybody can use those resources. So we really believe strongly in reflecting the local needs in the community through our OERs. This creates a sense of ownership and relevance, definitely, if we are working within the community and addressing the community's needs, and also collaborative knowledge creation. We also believe quite strongly in student co-creation, together with each other, learners or students co-creating with each other, but also something that not a lot of people are aware of, but students co-creating with their lecturers or with their teachers. And there's such an empowering aspect to that co-creation where students really can take ownership and feel that they are invested in what they are busy creating, rather than to just keep reusing resources that they can just download or just using information that is provided for them. So we really believe in that investment in student advocacy and agency that comes along with that co-creation. And then also dealing with collective problem solving on social issues is so important to us in terms of open education resources. So some of the key innovations that we are involved in under the leadership of the UNESCO chair at the moment is, we call it Share to Teach. Share to Teach is an open access set of information that we created in the Faculty of Education for teachers and learners to use. So the project is to foster a global community of teachers and learners. And many of the resources were created by students as well. So we brought in that aspect of co-creation under the guidance of established facilitators and experts. And also here we created a lot of diverse educational resources for use in the community out there. So some examples are the students created now, specifically in the context of education, because we deal with teacher training, comprehensive semester planning documents, topic-specific insights, in other words, worksheets, assignments, tasks, projects, even assessment material. But all of that, we based it on the whole notion of self-directed learning through the use of cooperative learning and project-based learning and problem-based learning. So again, it's to bring in a different insights, perhaps using these different approaches so that students and teachers can take those resources and use them as they are in their classes, adapt them if they want to adapt them, but the resources are there. So we are currently busy with a site reconstruction of that site, and we were privileged enough to collaborate with the Faculty of Natural Sciences, where some of the computer science students actually redesigned, or they're in the process of redesigning that website for us. So this is still the old website. They're actually going to be doing the handover tomorrow of the new website, but I can just give you an idea of what it looks like. It's a mass of educational resources. Like I said, over 1,000 resources are loaded on the page at the moment, and it goes about all the different content areas. So maths, business studies, history, geography, life sciences, etc. And under that, like I mentioned, all those different types of resources. We also, on that website, have posted information about open textbooks that have been created within that same faculty project. And these open textbooks also were done through co-creation between lecturers and students, where students actually assisted in writing chapters for these open textbooks. We also there just basically post information about our open access material that has been created in the faculty. We have a number of AOS publications, which are all open access as well, which we just provide information on that website as well. Then the second and last example that I'm going to talk about under community engagement is, as we call it, a sustainable development goal project, where one of our colleagues in the Faculty of Education and also collaborating with another colleague in the Faculty of Natural Sciences have created a card game. It's called Prosper, the card game, which addresses the sustainable development goals. And this game, it's available in hard copy as well. It's a non-competitive card game, and it presents sustainability challenges on a number of challenge cards. So there are a number of challenge cards which need to be matched with an appropriate solution card. So there's clear cards, which are solution cards, and there are the problem cards. And the idea is that when you play it, that you sit in groups and you actually discuss that sustainable issue. And among the group members, you can decide on what an appropriate solution is for that sustainable issue. So what was done there was the 17 sustainable development goals were grouped into 6 groups, because 17 was just too much for the card game to make it logistically possible. And it gives the game a better flow because it's meant to be a 60-minute game. Now, why am I talking about this? Because this card game is also available as an open educational resource where one can download, you can reuse it, you can remix it, you can change it to different contexts. The developers actually have already been approached to actually take the card game and transition it into different content areas as well, which is fantastic. So it is available on Merlot. It's currently been uploaded on Merlot, where it can be used as an open education resource, and like I said, it can be adapted and used as necessary. And this has all been done in collaboration with a European grade project, which is also funded by the European Union, and we are specifically working on a case study in South Africa, and that's why these cards were developed. So there's just an example of what the cards look like. The one on the left is the clear card, where you actually, the icons indicate which sustainable development goal we are actually addressing. And in that way, those cards get put over the problem card to address the issue. And then obviously discussion around that takes place at the, within the community that's playing the card game. And there it is, available on Merlot. Like I said, can be downloaded, reused, remixed, etc. So in conclusion, I think what I'm trying to say from today's presentation is OER has potential to transform on many different levels, democratizing education, improving research accessibility, and fostering community engagement. Like I said previously, there are so many advantages to OER, and here again are some of them. It empowers learners, facilitators, and communities to collaborate, to share knowledge, and address local and global challenges without the barriers of commercialization. And commercialization sometimes gets in the way. Open access breaks down those barriers. So my plea to everybody here is a call to action, to actively contribute to the open education movement, number one, to share resources, develop OER content, engage in open research initiatives, and to support the community-based initiatives around OER or open education. And I do believe the future of education, specifically in terms of classrooms, research, and even community, is open. There's so much potential for us to address so many issues that we are facing. And through community-driven efforts, education has the power to transform lives, and that is so important. So in line with the theme of this Open Access Week, I think it's important that we prioritize community over commercialization. And I say thank you very much. Thank you for this.
Prof. Dorothy, thank you so much for this presentation, but also sharing some of the initiatives that you are doing on the OER. It's been wonderful to hear some of the community engagement projects that you have as well. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions or engagement. Hopefully somewhere in the program, those who have questions or something to say could leave it in the chat. And if we have time, we will certainly share those with you. And from friends, thank you. Thank you, Prof. Our next speaker is Prof Leon de Beer. Prof, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Prof.
Yes, I am.
All right, we could hear you, Prof. Thank you. Just to introduce Prof's topic, his topic is AI assistance, accessible research tools. Prof. Leon is an associate professor of work and organizational psychology at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. He also holds extraordinary appointments with the Northwest University and the Karolinska Institute of Sweden. Prof. Leon holds a C1 rating with the NRF with research focusing on burnout, work engagement, and psychometric validation. He has published over 80 peer-reviewed articles. His citation metrics currently include 3,208 citations, an H index of 34, and an I-10 index of 55, highlighting the impact of his work on the academic community. Prof. Leon has supervised numerous postgraduate students, including over 23 master's students and 6 PhD candidates. In the latter half of 2023, he became interested in how researchers could apply large language model technologies to all aspects of the research process. He now shares his experiences and knowledge with the wider academic community. Prof, we would like to invite you to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure, is my presentation on your screen?
Yes, it is, Prof.
Great. Just interrupt me if something goes wrong. You are welcome to do that. And I'd like to thank you for that very generous introduction. And colleagues, yes, I would just like to state up front, I am not a technical expert when it comes to these things. I am just a regular researcher that's been trying things out the last year or so. And I want to show you things that, well, is connected to open access, or at least being free and not necessarily needs money to use or membership to use. So first, let me just go on. Before I start, this session assumes that you have read and that you are aware of your institution's policies regarding what can be done and not be done with AI and large language models. I only want to show you or demonstrate the technologies that are out there so that you are aware of them. But if you use them, you need to make sure that you use them in line with your university's policies. So the NWU does have a steering committee on AI. And if you are unsure if you can use something for a specific use, there is a community of practice for academic integrity, led by Professor Hahnel and Dr. Mariette Fourie, who you can contact if you are unsure. It's better to ask than be sorry later. So let's talk about the AI hype cycle, right? If you look at this, it seems a bit like the Bitcoin graph that we had in 2016. You know, everybody was hyped up with Bitcoin, and it went up to 20,000, and then it went down crashing. I was part of that wave as well, crying long hours. But of course, if you look at Bitcoin now, in the past, where people said it was a scam and whatever, institutional money has started flowing into that, and it has sort of become a normalized thing. And if you look at the Bitcoin price at the moment, it's more than 3 times that it was in 2016 under the radar. So the same thing happened with all these AI things. You know, everybody, when ChatGPT 4 was, well, sorry, well, ChatGPT 3.5 was launched last year, you know, everybody was on the hype train, you know, trying it out, speaking to it or asking it questions. And then researchers saw that if you ask it certain questions, it sort of like fakes references, right? So the citations that it used weren't real citations. And a lot of people got stuck over there with the, how can I say, the hype and the negativity surrounding the AI models from a year back. But if you look at AI models now, and I could demonstrate this to you, but we have limited time today, it can create fake references, but it doesn't really do that anymore. You know, if you ask it to use real references, it will use real references. Sometimes it doesn't give the DOI, but then you ask it for the DOI, and then you click on the DOI and you see if it is actually cited correctly or not. Anyway, I just wanted to make a point about the hype cycle. Don't get stuck in the rumors about the large language models of the past. So top GPTs, or as we call it, conversational agents, because you sort of have a conversation with the model, is of course these models. So OpenAI's ChatGPT is the most popular, and you know, you could use this basically for free for a number of uses per day. It's not exactly open access because the model is proprietary, and I'll touch on this a little bit later. But I'm not sure if you know, but there are other great options available, like Claude AI, which is made or maintained by Anthropic, which is a great model, by the way. It works really well. But for the free version, you only have limited use for it, and then you have to wait a few hours. So again, it is sort of like a commercialized model if you want to use it. The reason for this is that it takes a lot of computing power to generate responses. So there is a cost involved for these companies. So they try to, of course, hook you with these free versions that you sort of like become dependent on it and will buy an option. But I hope to show you some things today that you will be able to use that will not lure you in and that are actually available for free. Then 2 other models I would like to mention is Gemini. And as you can see from the G, that's Google's model. That came under a lot of scrutiny a few months back or so, because it had like this bias that it could not generate any white people in its images. And that really hurt Google's market share when it came to that, because people did not want to use biased AI agents. They want to believe that these agents are objective. But Gemini is actually a great option. It has the largest, how can I say, context window, so you can put the most amount of information in it. It's the fastest and it's the cheapest, because Google has these economies of scale. And then, of course, we have Meta. And for those of you who do not know, Meta is the parent company of Facebook. And they have a model called Llama, or Llama 3 as it is called currently. The current version is 3.2. And it's interesting here, they have commercial versions available for use, for enterprise use, but they actually have an open access version of this model. So you can download this model and you can run this model on your computer. But I will say something more about all these things a little bit later. So if you look at the quality of these models, this I just quickly took from artificialanalysis.ai. It's a website where you can see all the models that are available. I only selected these that I showed you on screen because they are the most popular currently, and what their quality index is out of 100. So the first one at 85 is the O1 preview, or ChatGPT O1 preview. And it sort of shows you that ChatGPT is still the leader in this field. But the Gemini, as I just said, like I said, it's a great large language model. It follows a close second, and then GPT-4 is at 77. So to give you an idea of what this means, the GPT-4 is basically what people use currently for free. Or if you log in, you can use this version. But there's also the O1 preview, and you can see there is a performance difference between the two. And the reason for this is because this new version of ChatGPT sort of like takes a reasoning approach to what you are asking it. So it tells you, I don't know if you've seen this, but it will tell you thinking for 30 seconds because it's structuring what it wants to give you. So it sort of like has a component of human reasoning being added to it. Okay. And then one other thing I want to mention is that Claude 3.5 Sonnet has been out a long time, but it performs very well. As you can see, it performs equivalently to GPT-4o, and it has been out a long time. That's why I say Claude is actually a great model. And then, of course, here are the Llama models. They are trailing behind. The reason this one is at 53 at the end, it's a new model. It's Llama 3.18 billion. So only it's a lightweight option for people who want to use the open source Llama on their computer. And again, I'll say something about that later. So yes, colleagues, I decided that I won't speak too much about the theory surrounding the technology because I only had half an hour, but that I would demonstrate a few things that are available. And please do jump in and tell me if the screen isn't showing what it is supposed to be showing once I open the browser. I'll ask when that happens. So the first thing I want to show you is actually Claude. I thought it would be a waste to just show you tools and not show you actually the large language models itself. So sorry, you should see the Claude interface now. I can just get a thumbs up if you can see it. Otherwise, I will just stop sharing and share again. Yeah, thank you. So you can see Claude. Okay. So yes, I logged into Claude because you have to log in to be able to use it. And you can use your free Google account to do this. And you can see it says you're using the free limited plan. So yes, it's not exactly open access, but it is free. And the interesting thing about Claude models is the current Claude 3.5 Sonnet, as it says there, is still proprietary. But as soon as they release their new model, they take their model that they used previously and then make that available open access. So the proprietary model is sort of like kept in their current version, but if they upgrade, they give that model to the community. Okay, so let's say I wanted to do some research, and forgive me for always using this example to those who have seen me talk before, but I am a burnout researcher, and a question that we have in the literature is, what is the relationship between burnout and depression? You know, is it the same thing or not? So I can ask it here to say, act as a psychological researcher. Tell me about the relationship between burnout and depression. Output should be in an academic tone. Okay, so now you can see here, it sort of like gives me a summary of exactly what goes on. Well, it answers my question basically. And the way it does this, it sort of predicts what is the best answer based on what I asked it. So if you think about statistical analysis, we have variables where we try to predict an outcome. So in this sense, you can think about your question as a sort of independent variable. that you input in the model, and it tries to predict the best outcome. So I can tell you, looking at these things, well, just quickly reading some of these things, that these references are real, but how would somebody know? I could then follow up and say, can you provide me with the APA 7 reference list? Okay, so I can tell you, if I look at this, these are actually the correct citations, but you could copy the DOI and go there, or just click on it. Okay, so now, and this is the big criticism against these models, is some people will just copy and paste all of this and put it into a Word file and say, that is my piece of work. And of course, colleagues, I think we all would agree you cannot do that. You cannot just ask a question and then the model generates the output, and then you just add that into your, and say that is your work, right? This should only give you background to read about what it is and what possible sources are. So let's have a look at ZeroGPT. I don't know if you know this website, but it's called zerogpt.com. And I paste that in, and let's see if it detects that it's AI or not. And you saw with your own eyes, right, that everything was generated by AI, but it only says 76.72% of this was generated by AI. But we have other types of models that can detect this, like Turnitin's artificial intelligence analysis. But the question we should ask ourselves is, let's say this was my work, and you said there was a 76.72% that I used AI. And remember, this is not like plagiarism in the sense of this is exactly from somewhere else. This is the probability that I used the AI, right? So there is still the 23.28% chance that I did not use it. These things become difficult, but we'll talk more about that in a bit. So I just wanted to show the generative AI models, how they look if you have a conversation with them. And these type of models we call wide AIs or general AIs, because it can tell you about everything. So if I ask it, what is the best way to cook scrambled eggs? You know, it will tell me about that. It knows something about everything. But if we look at the research, you know, it only really gave me 2 references, and these references are sort of outdated, right? They're not that great. So yes, the next demonstration that I would have is Perplexity. I don't know if you've heard of Perplexity, but it's also perplexity.ai. And you don't have to log in to use it either. And it's also free to use for a few versions. Oh, well, sorry, for a few times. So let's ask the question here. What do I want to discover? What is the relationship between burnout and depression? And I'm thinking it perhaps will stop me now because I used it earlier. No, it did not. So this is like an improved version of Google in some sense. So what it does is it's a search engine, and it provides you a structured answer based on your question. So it says the relationship between burnout and depression is complex with some overlapping features, but also key differences. And then it sort of cites where this information comes from, right? So you can see here, this is a PubMed article, and over here, Frontiers article, and over here it gives you all the sources that it used. If you click on it, it shows you the 8 sources. So you can see it used mostly journals, but over here you can see it used a popular article, Brain's Way or something. So what you can do is you can either ask a follow-up question, or you can go back to your original question. Over here you can set your focus. And currently it's set to web, that's why it's a little blue, but I can set it to academic. And then I can say, what is the relationship? Come on, the relationship between burnout and depression. And now it will only give me academic sources. And again, we cannot just copy and paste this. This is just part of our search of what is available out there and what can help us with our literature review. Okay, So this will just continue. And Perplexity is a nice one. There's a pro version and everything, but like I say, it's free to use as is. Okay, the next one is connected papers. Let me just find that somewhere. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, so connected papers is really cool because you can take a DOI from an article. I'm just getting the DOI, so I just want to show you. So here is an article of my own, which was published in 2020 that I had some citations on. And I'm just copying the DOI. So it's a paper about a burnout tool. And I input the DOI number in the search. And then it actually identifies the article. So I didn't even search it. It found the article, Measurement and Variance of the Burnout Assessment Tool. I click on that. And it gives me this. So it shows me all the papers connected to my paper. So in other words, the papers that I cited and the papers that cite me in this article. So it gives you an idea of the network surrounding this paper. So if you look over here in the help, it will tell you exactly what all these nodes mean. So papers are arranged according to their similarity. Node size is the number of citations. So the bigger the circle, the more citations the paper has. The node color is the publishing year. So the darker the color, the more recent the paper. So you can see here, this is Mphahalele 2005 and Naden 2022 is a darker color. And then similar papers have strong connecting lines and clustered together. So those you can see here in this paper, you know, this network is very strong. So you can assume that whatever is contained in these papers, especially these around here, are very similar in terms of the literature. So two things you can do is you can say up here, prior works, and it will give you a list of the prior works that I cited that is very close to the topic, or the derivative works, and those are the articles that cite my paper. And I can even download this as a bibtext reference, sorry, well, bib.bib file, and then I can import it into my reference manager, like Zotero, which is a freeware reference manager. I can import that list, and it will download all the PDFs of these articles for me. So that's connected papers in a nutshell. And you can use a few of these for free a month. And I mean, a lot of us don't do lots of literature reviews in a month. So yes, the reason that there's so little papers here is because, of course, my paper is relatively new. So this would work for papers that are, how can I say, very important in the field and have been cited a lot of times. Okay. Next one is I actually forgot to add cite as a logo. So please bear with me for a moment. So this is cite. It was created by a research professor in the company. And as you can see, it has a lot of universities and stuff using it. It is also proprietary if you join it, but you can try it. So you can ask it the question to try it out. And you can have various settings from which year, which citation style, how long the response should be. Should it look at the paper or only the abstract? And what I did was I asked again, what is the relationship between burnout and depression? And this is what it looks like. It gave me this output with the citations again. And if you hover over it, it will show you why it cited the paper. So it will actually extract from the paper what is required, or why it's saying that. So you can have a look. And again, would it be correct or ethical of me of just copying and pasting this and saying it's my work? No, it would not, right? I mean, I didn't really do much. I just asked the question. So let's try 0GPT again. So I insert that piece of text and I say detect. And now you can see it says 100% generated AI. And of course, if you have 100% certainty, there can almost be no questions surrounding these things. So yes, this should only be used to give you background to read about the topic and to identify sources that you can then write up yourself. But let's try something else. So you can see over here, it's asking, was this not what I expected? It was what I expected. And then you can ask it to make a longer response, to prioritize new references, or use abstracts only. So only the abstracts in the paper. Currently it used both, or I can tell it to use a table. So let's see what it does if I say that. I'm just mindful of the time. So while this site is going on, let's see. I think it will be. And of course, it's a little bit slower because I'm not logged in and all of that, because you can imagine, like I said, all of this uses computing power, and they're sort of like demonstrating this to you for free. And they sort of like need to manage that in the grander scheme of things. Okay. So while that's going on, we'll get back to it. This is very nice. I don't know if you've seen this, but again, you need a Google account at least. It's free, a Google email account. And the NWU, for example, does provide these accounts if you need one for work. And it's called Google Notebook LM, not LLM, just LM. And it's experimental, but it seems to work very well. And to show you how it works, here it is. I already logged into mine, and I have a few things. And what you do is you can upload sources, up to 50 at a time. So here I have selected articles about my own articles about burnout and work-related well-being. It suggests questions, but I can also ask it, summarize this research. Okay, so it will now look through all of these papers and create a summary of the research papers. So it's a way to query your library. And here you can see, I look at Leon de Beer's work on burnout, and then it gives me, it's sort of like structured. I use the JDR model, and then it shows all the papers and citations of where I used it. I can click on it again, and it will open the paper of why it says that. And I can ask follow-up questions. So it's a nice way to query documents about things. And then something I want to show you that's really great, if you have not seen it, is you can create podcasts. And please give me a thumbs up if you can hear this. I hope you will be able to hear it. So what it does is it creates a podcast based on the article. So two people will talk about your article.
Unfortunately, you can't hear.
Sorry, if it was echoing, sorry. Just if you haven't seen this, it works great. So it's two people speaking, and it's really like they're having a natural conversation about the article. Okay. So yes, this is Notebook LM. It works great. It's free at the moment. Hopefully it will remain free. And then quickly, I just want to see if the site is finished. Yeah. So here it made a table, and it gives you the reference, and then it basically extracted all of the responses that it needed. Okay. So just to quickly finish up here. So can we turn back, colleagues? I know a lot of people are scared of this technology and afraid of how students use it, etc. And they aren't incorrect in feeling that way. But I think we should think carefully about how we assess things and how we do things, because it's very easy to copy and paste that text because it's convenient. But there are things like hugging a face. And let me just quickly go there. I don't know why I'm showing karate. I don't like karate. Anyway, it's Hugging Face. It's huggingface.co. And it has all of these models available. As you can see, 1 million models available for download. And if you have the technical capability, you can, within 5 minutes of downloading this, have your own AI model on your computer running. So this is why Meta, for example, here's Meta's Llama. As you can see, it's very popular. It's trending. 3.2, 1 billion parameter model, and all of these. And all of these have different applications. So, for example, you can get a Whisper model, which is OpenAI's model, actually, which allows you to translate speech to text and stuff like that. So the thing is, it's sort of like Pandora's box has been opened. Even if a law is passed now globally that OpenAI and all these places should shut down, this is on the internet. People will have access to these models and will keep using it. So the cat is sort of like out of the bag when it comes to this. Okay. And then finally, yes. So, but colleagues, we are all bound by ethics and policies. We should follow ethical principles. We should ensure that we are aware of the policies, procedures of our organization. Nobody likes getting into trouble. And again, the NWU has clear guidelines and policies. There is a site at the Community of Practice for Academic Integrity that gives you all the information that you need. And again, if you are unsure, you can ask somebody at the department or at your university's department if you are not from the NWU. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Going to be able to hear you.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Prof De Beer, thank you so much for the presentation. I just wish we had more time to talk to you more about what you've just shared with us. I could see, though, from the online audience, there was a lot of reaction. And just judging from the faces of those who are seated in the room, I saw a lot of faces lighting up on the different AI research tools that you shared with us. So thank you so much, Prof, for this presentation. And I still want to invite those who are online, if you have anything that you would comments or questions, please feel free to continue engaging. Then we're going to move over to our next presentation, which will be done by Dr. Mark Hahnel. And his topic is the State of Open Data Survey over Time, investigating attitudes to open science in different jurisdictions. And just a brief introduction. Dr. Mark Hahnel is the VP, Vice President of Open Research at Digital Science and the founder of Figshare, which he created while completing his PhD in stem cell biology at Imperial College in London. Mark sits on the board of DataCite and the advisory board for the Directory of Open Access Journals and Re3 Data. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Dr. Mark, are you online?
I am.
All right, I will hand over to you then.
Fantastic. I will share everything and hopefully you can see my screen, hear my voice, and maybe even see my face. Everything coming through okay? Yeah. Check, is everything working? Yep.
Yes, it is, Dr. Mark.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Okay. So it's a fantastic talk to follow on from because a lot of excitement in the academic world is around AI. So I am going to talk today about where the future of research is going, why academic data is a part of that, why you at NWU are in a great position to take advantage of it, and how you can get credit for it. How's it going to help you as a researcher, right? If you're a researcher and you're thinking, what's in this for me? I'm going to help you with that today. So following on from the fantastic talk about the different tools, it is a very exciting time. You may be familiar with publishing papers. You may be familiar with publishing papers open access, and you may just be hearing about the idea of publishing the data that goes with your papers. And so this has been going on for a while, but it's only in the last 10 years or so that it's really, really ramped up. And this is because there's a few reasons, right? One of them is we have the tools now to make your data available. If you're a researcher, if you're a funder of research and you say, hey, we're spending all of this millions and millions of rand every year to make research, and then at the end of it, we get a paper, and hopefully you make that open access so everybody can see that paper, then what about everything else you're doing? I'm sure everybody here works on a computer to get their research. You generate files. What happens to all of those files? The funder has paid for that research to be done. And this is why I started a data platform called Figshare, because I spent my weekend generating these videos of stem cells moving from one side of the screen to the other. And when I went to publish them, the publisher said, oh, we can't accept those files. Those files are too big. And so I was upset that I wasn't getting credit for the research that I'd done. I spent my weekend doing these files, and now I just have to throw them away. And so I started a platform where researchers can make their data openly available, and you at NWU have a place where you can do this too. I'll talk about that in a moment. But what's really cool about this now is if we look at the idea of the protein data bank. So you can see on the graph here, when I say, why do funders want you to share your data? So early 90s, we have the internet, the protein data bank came around, and what they did, they said, we want to be able to predict what the structure of a protein is. So when a protein folds up, it's very important with like how drugs interact with it, and it's important for drug discovery to know how proteins act, and many other things. And so what these researchers did is they said, okay, I've got this chemical, here's the chemical structure, here's the chemical text, and what happens when it folds up. And I'll use this thing called crystallography to understand the shape of it. So each one of these experiments cost around $100,000. And by the end of 2020, they had about 200,000 of these. So the cost for doing this experiment for 200,000 structures was about $20 billion, right? So then along came AlphaFold from Google DeepMind, and they said, okay, we've got the 190,000 structures as it was, and we're going to train an AI to be able to predict what the shape is going to be based on the text. And they did that. And so overnight, we went from 190,000 to 1 million structures. And so if you do, it's $100,000 per structure. They've got 1 million of them. That is $100 billion it would have cost to create that. And then as of now, they've got more than 200 million structures. I had to Google what this number was. So $100,000, it's $20 trillion is the number. So Google DeepMind using AI has been able to do $20 trillion of research in protein folding pretty much overnight. So when I say it is worth it for the funders because of the return on investment, that's great. And you remember I said, well, this is all about the impact of you as a researcher and what's in it for you. Was there any impact with this other than financial? Well, people have taken that data and that base data, the protein folding stuff, and it's not just Google. So there's predicting kidney disease and failure in people with type 1 diabetes. In children is some AI research that's building on top of that. So I'd say that's pretty worthwhile. There's predicting multi-cancer risk over 3 years using a national health resource in Denmark. So this is drug discovery using data that's made available. So not only is it good financially, it's also good for health outcomes for humanity. And there's this idea that AI can help to speed up drug discovery, but only if we give it the right data. I should also mention just now, by the way, that this from Google DeepMind, the researchers who did this won the Nobel Prize for it last week. So we're already at the point where the impact is pretty strong. And drug discovery is an easy one to use because I always say, you know, if I'm explaining this to my mum can understand that if we make data available, the machines can eat the data, find new information, and that new information can be used to create new drugs and better health outcomes. So drug discovery is an easy one to use, but it's also, I also like to use the sustainable development goals, because no matter what field of research you're working in, you are generating data, and that data can be used to solve lots of socio-economic, climate change, any of the sustainable development goals. I just use drug discovery. So AI can help to speed up drug discovery, but only if we give it the right data. This was in Nature last year. So what is the right data that we're talking about? It's this concept called FAIR data: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable for both humans and for machines. And so the idea here is, if you upload a data set to your university repository, you have a university repository called Data at NWU, DAYTA, and so you can go to your library and say, I have a data set, I need to upload it. A lot of publishers now will say, if you go to publish your paper with us, you have to make your data available. Not everybody knows where to put it. You have a resource on hand. And the idea is that you want to make it fair for humans and machines. By putting it in your university repository, you are making it fair for machines. The way you make it fair for humans and a bit for machines as well is to describe it well. Describe it, give it a title like you give the title of your paper. Don't call it data set. Call it the speed of stem cells moving from one side of the screen to the other, kind of thing. So it's more discoverable, people can use it. So we've been trying to understand the state of open data, what's been happening for the last decade. We've been running this report. It's now 9 years. The next one's coming out in the next month. And what we do is we partner with Springer Nature and we survey researchers and say, we try and understand attitudes and try and understand why people are or are not making their data openly available. So we've got survey results, and the survey data is all made openly available. We write it up. Last year, we had our first partner journal. So the Chinese Academy of Sciences in China, one of the big funders in China, said, can we take our data and write a report based on the data that you have? So they've looked at it just for their country. And if you look at it globally, I can tell you some of the reasons that people do or don't share data. So credit. Why would I share my data? How am I going to get credit for sharing my data? So every year we ask, do you think researchers currently get sufficient credit for sharing your data? And when I talk about credit, I mean, how's it going to help me as a researcher? How is it going to improve my career? How am I going to be able to go to my interview for a job and say, look at all of the research I've done, look at all of the impact it's had? And every year, researchers say, no, we don't get enough credit. And it's not changing. This is the last 5 years. It's not changed. More than 60% of people say we're not getting enough credit for our data. And so, as I mentioned, one of the problems is you first need a place to put it. Not everybody knows that. So you have data. You can go and put your data in here. But the funders, they're thinking about the way in which they change things. There is a South African mandate. You have a policy, and then you have a mandate, and then they want to check for compliance, and then they want to measure you, right? So when policies come out, you can say, okay, they've got this new policy and I should adhere to the policy, but I don't really know how this is going to benefit me, because the benefit, the carrot for me, is at the end. And so on Figshare infrastructure, we have citation counts. So all of these data sets or software or files that have been shared, they can, we can track the impact of them. We can track the views, the downloads, the altmetric score, where it's been picked up in social media and news. And we can also track citations. And it's an early time for citations. You know, researchers are just getting used to this. It takes time. But we can start counting this, and we see that data sets have the second highest amount of citations behind software. It's because people tend to share software in a well-described way, right? They give it a README, and people don't necessarily do that for data sets just yet. So that's why I'm saying, if you want to make your data available, you should describe it really well. But you can have impact for all of these different types of things, whether it's just your posters or your presentations that you're doing talks on at conferences. So we have a way to measure this, and you, because your university supports you and pays for an infrastructure, they have a way for you to track the impact and the citations of your research that you're sharing. And that's a long way from the global view, right? Support is not making its way. This is, again, the survey question. Almost 3/4 of respondents globally have never received support with making their data openly available. So your library can help you. You have some support, but you may not be aware of it. So if you do need help, reach out to the library and they can help you make your data available. As I say, you're in a great position in that they've already thought of this for you, and they can solve that problem. In terms of what areas do researchers need help with in making their data openly available? Some of these I can't fix for you. Finding the time to manage my data, I can't give you more time. I know that you're busy. I know that you have a lot to do. But there is more and more need for researchers to make their data openly available. They're hearing more about these data management policies. I'm supposed to be doing something with my data. And then the copyright and the licensing of my data. How should I be making my data available? Your university repository will allow you to share your data with certain licenses. And so what I would say is, if, like open access, if you make your paper openly available to everybody, if you make your data openly available and say anyone can reuse this data, there's one called CC BY, it's a license, Creative Commons BY, and that means people can use your data or your files to do whatever they want with, but they've got to give you credit. They've got to give you that citation. And that's a really good one, because it means when the robots start eating up all the data and winning Nobel Prizes for it, then you can get some credit in there as well. So what we found last year was that one size does not fit all. We usually just look at the global trends, and we started looking a little deeper and seeing, are there country-based trends? So I did a report with, this is some undergraduates from University College London. So the data is out there. So undergraduates came and grabbed it and did some research. And so just to show you that there are differences on a country-by-country basis, thinking about the country in which you're working, how supportive are you of the idea of a national mandate to make research data openly available? So you can see Ethiopia strongly approves it, United States kind of in the middle, Japan not so keen. If you look at this year by year, I've just chose those 3 countries again. Ethiopia quite strong, United States in the middle, and Japan quite low. That's true every year, but also it shows that it's going down. And a lot of people are enthusiastic about things when they don't have to do them. You know, what do you think about open access and open science and open research? Oh yeah, it's good for humanity, but it's going to take a little bit of time for you to make your data openly available. Oh, well, that's less cool. I'm less enthusiastic about it, because it's where the rubber is hitting the road. So we're seeing this general downtrend in how enthusiastic people are about it. But that's good for you, because if you're a researcher who's doing it, it means that you can do it well and have more impact than colleagues elsewhere. But it also shows that different countries look at things in different ways. And which one of these circumstances would motivate you the most to share your data? Again, there's a few differences in different countries. United States really cares about funder, 7.8, but that's still not as much as citation of research papers. Japan doesn't care about funder, but really cares about citations. So you have different country-based things. I have all of this data for South Africa. I'd be happy to share as well. And this graph, it's a hard to read graph, but it just shows on the right-hand side, you have I care about citations, and on the left-hand side, you have I care about funder policy. Ethiopia, Japan, United States, Ethiopia, Japan, United States. And you can see it's year on year, 21, 22, 23. So the people are caring more and more about citations, and they did less and less about funder policies. And that's really interesting because the funder policies mean that you have to do it. Remember what I said before, policy, mandate, compliance, and measurement. So the compliance is going to be, we gave you some money, we told you to make your data available. You didn't make your data available, we're not going to give you any more funding. But the interest is all around citations. So I mentioned that Figshare has citations, which is great because you can track the citations of your data. But not every research infrastructure has citation counts because we get them from a sister company. Not everybody has access to that. So you're lucky, but not everybody is lucky. But that means that the funders can't say we're going to track everybody because we have a consistent measurement to use. In terms of the fair data principles I mentioned before, different countries have heard of them. Green is I know about them. Red is I don't know about them. And if you look in Ethiopia, it's going up. In America, it's going up. In Japan, it's staying consistent. So Japan has, low uptake in terms of enthusiasm around open research and low knowledge of the fair data principles. Ethiopia, America, they have more uptake and they have more knowledge. And so there is a big case here that the more you know about this, by just listening to this talk right now, you're in a better position to understand what's coming down the road. So I tried to think about what could be happening. Ethiopia has a government mandate, so does the USA. Japan and Asia seem in general a lot more concerned with IP. I'll talk about that in a second. And different countries are educating researchers at different levels. So how can we join up and be consistent? And when I said about IP, so when the Chinese Academy of Sciences did their report on open data, the first chapter was around intellectual property protection for scientific data. So they're being a little bit more restricted in what they want to share. And I think that ultimately is going to harm China because there are benefits to sharing your data. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is where we are with, we have the policy, we're telling you you have to make your data openly available as your funder. We have we understand that researchers want citations for their data, they want impact, they want it to help their career. We know that you at NWU have the infrastructure to make your data available. So why is right now very interesting for you? And we know the robots are going to change humanity by finding new drugs for us and improving our lives due to building on top of the research that you create. Well, I mentioned that we can track citations at Figshare and at NWU data repository, but we needed a global way to do this. And so Chan Zuckerberg, the charity by Mark Zuckerberg, released a data set of every link between every paper and every data set, including any links to any data sets in NWU data. And we can start to see what percentage of papers from different countries have data sets associated with them. And so here you can see a snapshot of this is called the CZI, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative Corpus. How many papers, what percentage of papers link to a data set? And this is just a snapshot of some of the countries. Botswana is very high. Ethiopia is quite good. France, Germany, USA. So although China says be careful, it's quite good at doing it. Japan, lacking a little bit. India, lacking a little bit. And we compare this to our existing data set that we have at Figshare, and we can see Ethiopia good, Germany good, yeah, and again, Japan and India not doing fantastically. So we know that using our different data sets, we have good data now to start measuring how well people are citing data sets. And we can look at it in different countries. I'll share these slides afterwards. There's a lot of information on these, but we can start to see, you know, here Germany are doing well. Yellow is how Germany are doing, and dotted line is the average for the top 10 countries. We can start to see this on the top is making data available in subject-specific repositories like the Protein Data Bank, where Google DeepMind got all of their data from. And the bottom one is generalist repositories like NWU data, figshare.com. And you can see that Germany is better than the average for subject-specific repositories, but really good at making data available in generalist repositories like university repositories. Japan is bad when it comes to subject-specific repositories like GenBank or Protein Data Bank, but it's really bad at making data available in university repositories and things like this. So if you have data, please make it available in your university repository. And we can see what happens when you look at who's funding those papers. So in 2005, Wellcome Trust put out a policy around open data, and they've gone from 2% to 30% of papers have a data set attached. And you can see the other ones are moving. But what's important to know is every funder is moving. This is an inevitability. Every funder is moving this way. More and more papers are having data associated with them. So if you're making your data associated with your paper, you're still in the early part, right? All of these funders still less than 15%. So 85% of people don't know to do this. And why this is important is now we can measure this. We have this idea of, this is the National Institute of Health, the biggest funder of medical data in the world. And we can see how many papers have a data set attached to them. And so the NIH is very interested in this because they understand that things move from policy to mandate to compliance to measurement. And so we can tell you to do this, we can force you to do this and check that you're doing this, but the measurement is difficult. And I mentioned Figshare has citation counts. If you publish in your NWU data repository, you will get a DOI, people can cite your data set, and we can track those metrics. You were ahead of the curve. We've been able to do this for a while. And now we're at the point this year, only this year, where the funders say, okay, so now we have the data available. That means we can measure this. And straight away, the National Institute of Health have said, we are creating an S index, promoting data sharing and developing a robust metric to reward exemplary data sharers. They are giving away $1 million for the people who come up with the best metric. And this is coming out next year. So when I say, what's in it for you? For a long time, I've been saying, we're going down these measurements, right? That it's going to go policy, mandate, compliance, and measurement. And at some point, the funders are going to say, we are going to reward you if you are a good data sharer. We've had the sticks, and now we have the carrots. And next year, you will be able to start applying for grants and have an official metric that you'll be able to use. So if you have data available, please share it in your data repository. It's good for humanity. The robots and the AIs are going to eat it and cure diseases, so you can feel good about yourself. It's good because your funders are telling you to do it, so you can tick that box and say, I'm a good researcher. And in the future, you'll be able to say, I made my data available. It's had this impact, and I am going to improve my career based on it. So it's a win-win-win. Now is the time to do it. If you haven't used a data repository, I'm sure there's folks who are on the event who can help you with it. And if you have any questions or anything else, you can get me at mark@figshare.com. I wish I could have been there in person today, but enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. We certainly feel the same way. We wish that you were here in person, but we thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. If I am looking at the time, we have about 2 minutes, and I think we haven't been able to engage. So I don't know if from the two colleagues, Bailey and Malose, if there's maybe a comment online or a question, just one, and then we can take one from the floor here. So I will bring the mic closer to you just for one.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still enjoying the session. There is a question in the chat, and the question is.
Sorry, I was lost. Okay.
I hope I'm not able to please confirm with the notice. There is a question that was addressed to me from Laubscher. This question is as follows. How can Northwest University LIS continue marketing OERs with the university community, specifically staff and students, maybe collaboration between faculties and LIS?
I may need that repeated if that was for me. Sorry. I heard it, but I just couldn't make out the details.
Dr. Mark, that question was for Prof Laubscher. She's going to answer this.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think in a way you've actually answered the question yourself. I think the answer is collaboration, definitely. It's not always easy to collaborate across faculties, but I think it's something that we need to do because we have different expertise across the faculties that we need to share with each other. And that's why I mentioned, for example, that we have been working with the Faculty of Natural Sciences simply for developing a website for us. So yes, library services certainly has so much expertise in terms of open access and data management, like we've just heard. So I really say yes, collaboration. We need to speak to each other. We need to actually have a platform where we can speak and see how we can share and collaborate with each other.
I don't know if I can allow for just one question or comment on the floor.
This one is from the online participant from Jabulo. Thank you, Prof Laubscher, for your insightful presentation. I've learned so much on this session. As you discuss the innovative uses of open educational resources in connecting classroom and communities, Prof, please help me understand the role that OER can play in fostering collaboration between academic researchers and community-based organizations, and based on your knowledge and experience, how academic libraries can support these connections to maximize the impact of OERs beyond.
I think in a way it's quite similar to the previous question. Like I said, the library services have so much expertise in terms of the open access. I think researchers need to tap into that. And I found the presentation by Dr. Mark so informative as well. Simply by uploading data on a shared platform already will assist researchers in collaborating across different spaces, across different even disciplines, perhaps. So that definitely is one way in which this can happen. And simply the fact that open resources are open means that everybody has access to it. Everybody can share in the same information, can share in the same spaces. So not sure if I'm really addressing the question, but I think the potential is there for all of us to tap into open information, open education, open resources. And I think we just need to grab onto it. I think that's perhaps where the problem lies is we know about it, but we're not always doing something about it. We're not always going to the spaces where we can collaborate. And I think it's a matter of reaching out, talking to each other as well, communicating, and expressing the need to collaborate.
I saw a hand on the floor, but unfortunately, I have to keep to time because we were 5 minutes behind. I hope that with the rest of the program, we will be able to allow for more engagements. So this concludes the first session, and I would like to thank Prof Laubscher, Prof de Beer, and Dr. Mark Hahnel for their very insightful presentations. We are going to break until 11:30. But if I could humbly ask that we get back just 3 minutes before. So at 11:27, if we could please get back and be seated so that we are able to start on time for the next session. So according to the program, we're going for a break from 11 until 11:30, but I'm asking everyone to be back by 11:27, so that we settle. Thank you so much. She's served and Hello, colleagues. I hope you are back from the short break that we had. We are now going to start with the second part of our session for today. And before we start with the second part of our session, we just want to welcome a few of our guests who are here with us and who are part of the session that will be taking place in the afternoon. So after our program this afternoon, we have another program which continues from 2 o'clock until 4 p.m. And that program will be at the Ferdinand Postma Library. And the colleagues that I'm going to welcome now are part of that second session. So please, you're most welcome to be part of that session as well. I'd like to welcome Karen Kocha, Josefa Alfaro. They are from the Metropolitan Technological University of the State of Chile. You're most welcome. Unfortunately, our online attendees will not be able to see them. Nombuzo Zondi from the Durban University of Technology. Shikia, welcome. Selema Maloba from CPUT. Talifani Ramaliva from UNISA. Welcome, a very warm welcome to our university. I just want to say that these colleagues, they were contributors to the special issue in libraries which came out this year on the 31st of August in the South African Journal of Library and Information Services. So our speaker for the second session is Mr. Leon. Sorry about that. I just need to find bio on our speaker. Mr. Leo Chiloane. Mr. Leon, are you online?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you so much. I'm just going to introduce your topic and give a brief overview of who you are. So his topic is on SAEON Open Data Platform, enabling open science through systems integration. Leo Chiloane manages the data infrastructure node, Ulwazi, at the South African Environmental Observation Network, where he oversees the implementation of open data management systems and information platforms. He is a Group on Earth Observations Data and Knowledge Working Group member and the International Long-Term Ecological Research Network Information Management Committee. Mr. Leon, I will now hand over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can you kindly confirm whether you can see my presentation and whether it's in presentation mode?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the invitation and that introduction. I listened to the talks this morning, so we're going to shift gears slightly towards a more technical presentation, but the principles of open access are universal, so I hope the message will come through. My topic will will revolve around our data infrastructure. And I just want to say that it is a subject-specific data infrastructure. So it's geared towards the environmental sciences. But again, I think the principles of open access are universal. So this is to just showcase how open access enables the development of a large-scale data infrastructure. I'm going to split my presentation into three parts. The first part, I'll introduce my organization just to set the context. And then secondly, I'll just focus on the data infrastructure itself. And lastly, how from the work that we do, we're then able to generate knowledge impact. So just to set the scene, I'm from the South African Environmental Observation Network, as you've already heard. It's a business unit of the National Research Foundation. And our vision is around the environmental research platforms for a sustainable society. So we do this through collecting in situ observations that enable global change research, basically. And there are 7 nodes within SAEON. 4 are focused on terrestrial sciences, producing environmental data in that area, and 2 are on marine and ocean sciences. And then there's 1 on data and ICT infrastructure. So this will be the focus of my presentation. We also host 3 research infrastructures that are part of the South African Research Infrastructure Roadmap. They include the expanded freshwater and terrestrial observation network, the shallow marine and coastal research infrastructure, and the South African polar research infrastructure. But I highlight all of these because it does present a complexity around the research outputs being generated. So the first one would be we have to deal with data from multiple science disciplines produced within the same organization. And when we find that additionally, open access to data in a decision-ready format is essential to respond to global change. So just simply making data sets available for download is not enough in some context. And what we have found as well is that it's not possible to implement a one-size-fits-all solution. So different systems are often required to cater for different stakeholders. So with that in mind, we have slowly developed what is now an advanced system called an open data platform, which is a distributed system of systems for disseminating environmental research data. And we do this by coordinating the infrastructure in 4 areas. So what ICT infrastructure management, the physical management of infrastructure servers and the like. And then there's a focus on data curation, a focus on systems development, and a focus on data science. The platform itself, it employs a modular design that supports a variety of data types, including environmental observations, model outputs, and derived data sets. And we organize it into distinct layers. So one would be a metadata catalog that enables access to the data, a repository which stores the data, an administrative interface or administration interface that enables the curation of that data, and an application layer that supports the downstream development of data products. And if you look at this figure, the central circle is just the core services, which are around metadata management services and the basic publication services. But within the SAEON network, how we coordinate this is through integration of systems and multiple teams, as I've said, as I've indicated. So we have several systems like the blue circles that you see. For example, the SAEON catalog, there's a bioenergy atlas, there's an observations database, and we have various teams working on these things and certain data policies and standard operating procedures to support it. So that's within the context of SAEON. But we also do this on behalf of external stakeholders. So a government department may approach us that we want you to replicate your services for our environment. So we've done these for things like the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, where we implement a marine information management system. And then we link to global infrastructures. I'll speak to this in later slides, and several other projects such as the National Climate Change Information System. And what we also like to promote is the citation of data. So in our case, we're able to create digital object identifiers for data sets that we host. Slightly more technical, but don't focus so much on this entity relationship diagram that you see in the middle. I'll expand on that in the next couple of slides. What's important here is that our infrastructure runs several data archiving systems integrated within the same platforms. And then these, through 5 use cases, that deal with data preservation, publication, accountability, and addition of vocabulary management systems, and interoperability with other infrastructures, we are able to then disseminate these data sources using various catalogs, different catalogs or data systems. So I've already mentioned that we have a collection of data site DOIs, so we're able to create DOIs for the persistent citation of data, for one. And then we have our primary data portal that people use to access our data sets. We have a marine information management system that we do on behalf of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment. And we integrate with global and national systems. So one is the Ocean Data and Information System, which is accredited by the International Ocean Data Exchange. And then we've got a National Climate Change Information System. So this is how we respond to global change. And then we integrate with a global Earth observation system of systems. So our process is really based on developing independent and scalable and interoperable components that I'll expand about the interoperability in a subsequent slide. And then where possible, we do use existing tools to lower the development and maintenance costs in the long run. So I've already touched on 5 use cases, but at the very basic level, one needs to preserve data. So the core pillar of the data infrastructure is around the preservation of data and like storing it properly. So we have a comprehensive ICT infrastructure managed in 3 locations around the country, including a disaster recovery site. And then on top of this, we host several data archival systems on behalf of our stakeholders. So these just include examples of a cloud infrastructure, a thread server for hosting model outputs, and a relational database management system. There are several data types such as spatial data, time series, multidimensional, and file object-based data. So how do we curate this or manage it in a coherent way? What we found is that when you have a lot of disparate sources of information, there needs to be a unified way of approaching information management. There is a reference model called the Open Archival Information System Reference Model. It's an international standard. We use that as a benchmark for repository management. So it offers us a coherent way, for one, of describing our curation workflows, and it's adaptable to the current scale of our operation, while being flexible to accommodate continuous improvements. And basically what this means is that you have, on the outside, you have data producers approaching us to archive data, right? That data is packaged in something called the submission information package, and it's ingested into our infrastructure, coordinated through data management processes, stored and disseminated to a data consumer. And all of this is supported by proper preservation planning that includes data policies and data agreements and so on. So when the university asks you to deposit a DMP, for example, along with your research, I think it's geared toward this type of planning around. And then there's an administration layer, which is basically the technical systems administration. So who are our users and how do we disaggregate usage and reporting or impact? So that's just an overview of the curation process in our infrastructure. And then I did mention that ultimately these things are disseminated via a publication layer. So the primary point of access might be through a metadata catalog. So we have two systems that cater for that use case. There's the SAEON data portal itself. You can go to it through catalog.saeon.ac.za. It offers access to all of our data. And then there's one that we operate on behalf of an external stakeholder, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. And it includes the Southern African Data Center for Oceanography. So all of this is driven by standardized curation workflows that I've highlighted in the previous slide, and this thing is really certified, has been reviewed by the Core Trust Seal for one, and certified as a trustworthy process of data management. So I've touched on interoperability. What that means is basically we want data, in an ideal situation, you want a data infrastructure to be able to link to external data infrastructures. You do that through standardization. There are formal standards for this. So at SAEON, for example, this just demonstrates a use case that we are interoperable with the Global Earth Observation System of Systems and the Ocean Data Information Management System. So through the use of standards, I won't delve into these because they are quite disciplinary specific. We are able to harvest all of the data sets that we host and post them directly to another infrastructure in a synchronized manner periodically. So I've highlighted the two, which is the Global Earth Observation System of Systems, and then there's a UNESCO information system for ocean sciences that we integrate with. We do this through standardized things such as the ISO standard for managing geographic information, schema.org for harvesting information, and then there are several schemas used to support this. And then what's often not enough is stakeholders want to know, in the context of what you do, how does it serve larger sustainable development goals? So we've initiated a process of integrating vocabulary systems and services to align our published data sets to the SDGs. So what you see here is just a screenshot of our infrastructure which includes the description of the SDGs, but this does drill down to all of the indicators. So it does decompose to about 100 and something indicators that we're able to then link to our data sets before posting them to an external infrastructure, so that they know that whenever you're accessing SAEON data, you can find data related to some of these SDGs. This work is still in progress. We anticipate that we will develop it further into a formal ontology for data dissemination. And then if you look at how we provision or make data accessible, it's often not enough to say a planner at a local level or a policymaker. Stakeholders often need support in interpreting the data that we host. So with that in mind, our platform enables the development of decision support systems by making data in a decision-ready format and contextualize it. So for example, if a disaster happens in, say, in KZN or whatever province, people don't necessarily won't have, without, if they don't have the scientific background, simply downloading a data set from our catalog would not be enough to interpret how this affects them. But through, for example, the South African Risk and Vulnerability Atlas, we are able to package that information and disseminate it in an accessible way. And this is done through support by the Department of Science and Innovation. Yeah, so expanding on that, so the previous slide showed the South African context or South African Risk and Vulnerability Atlas context that we do on our own. But what we then try is leverage the full value of open access to collaborate externally with other organizations. So through various projects, we are then able to develop these tools along with external organizations such as the CSIR and the South African Weather Service. So we typically would then be able to package them in systems that respond to global change. One that we're busy implementing at the moment with the DFFE is the National Climate Change Information System. We did a bioenergy atlas for South Africa a couple of years back to just show the sources of biomass around the country. And then we run internally at SAEON, there's an ocean modeling initiative that deals with the development of ocean models and visualizations of data around the ocean. So this really helps in monitoring. So for example, spill detection, particle tracking, these models really inform those kind of things. And these are done in supported by data scientists internally and ocean modelers. And it's co-designed and developed with external partners and includes externally owned systems. For example, this national OSIMS, the screenshot is from a website managed by the CSIR, but it is a consortium of multiple institutions contributing to this. And this is only possible through open access to data. So this is how we leverage our open access policies to for the betterment of society. And then lastly, another thing that's important for us is an element of sustainability. I've already mentioned that our curation workflows are certified by the COTRA seal, but it is the data center that is certified by the COTRA seal. What the COTRA seal does is they have 16 requirements that reflect characteristics of a trustworthy repository. So these are around the organizational infrastructure, so the mission of the organization, data licenses that we use, and ability to provide continuity of access to data in perpetuity. And then the second dimension to that is around the digital object management itself. So there are ethical considerations, the organizational infrastructure. Are we able to pull in expert guidance, data integrity assurance processes, appraisal of the data that we actually are able to publish? There was a mention of fair data earlier. So things like making those quality assessments before we make information available are critical, whether our procedures are documented and whether this is reusable. And then lastly, it's around the technology. So the technical infrastructure and security. So at the time, we were the second in South Africa and Africa to get the certification. But as far as I know, there is a consortium of university libraries currently under review, and I think Stellenbosch may already be certified. So this is something to think about within the context of university infrastructure as well. But what we found around the challenges in getting this certification was the guaranteed continuity of access metric. Are we able to provide data access in perpetuity? And this includes, should SAEON no longer exist, what's going to happen to the data? So we had to answer that question. Then we had to establish formal and coordinated structures for expert guidance. This is a really difficult thing to do formally because it does involve external organizations. So it was quite a learning curve, but worthy exercise. I think I'm going to more or less end there. There are a lot of concepts that I touched on, but the main thing to highlight is that all of this is really enabled by open access and collaboration with other organizations. So yeah, I'll end it there.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Thank you for that presentation on sharing how Open Data Platform enables knowledge impact. I am just going to check my time. We have about 2 minutes. So if there is anyone who has a question or comment directed to Mr. Leon, now is your time. Is there any question or comment from the floor? All right, if there isn't, I don't know with my colleagues who are monitoring the online audience. All right, I'm also told that there isn't anything right now from the online audience. So I would like us then to move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Nikki Shockey. I am told that we will have a video of this presentation, but I will introduce Mr. Nikki Shockey. He is not online, but we will have a video of his presentation and just a brief introduction of who he is. Mr. Nikki Shockey has been the Director of Programs and Engagement at SPARC since 2009. He works across SPARC to identify areas to better support member libraries, co-leads SPARC's communities of practice related to negotiations, privacy and surveillance, and leads SPARC students' next generation focus initiatives. Nick also contributes to SPARC's policy advocacy and landscape analysis work, including authoring SPARC statements opposing Clarivate's acquisition of ProQuest, Elsevier's acquisition of Interfolia, and commercial surveillance practices by academic vendors. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in Northwest University's Open Access Week celebrations this week. And I wish I could be with you all in person or live today, but really appreciate the opportunity to join remotely and looking forward to having the conversation that at least starts today. But if you have any questions or if this conversation sparks any follow-up, would definitely love to continue the conversation through email or setting up another time to talk. So happy International Open Access Week, everybody. I hope you've had wonderful discussions so far today, and that this year's theme of community over commercialization has spurred a lot of interesting conversations, and been one that you've been able to sort of adapt to have really useful local discussions. The International Open Access Week Advisory Committee intentionally chose to have community over commercialization as the theme for an unprecedented second year in a row, really because of the importance of focusing on this topic in this period of transition. As I'll talk about, and as I imagine may have come up in other conversations, it seems clear that we are currently in a period of transition from closed systems toward open ones, but what those open systems will look like, whose interests will be prioritized, still remains, I think, a very open question, and one that I'm looking forward to unpacking now in my remarks, and I imagine there will be a lot of other interesting perspectives on this topic in this evolution from others. So this is, I think, the 17th or so Open Access Week, and it originally started as an international day of action, really catalyzed by the extremely high price of academic journal subscriptions and the barriers that creates. And that first International Day of Action was a collaboration between libraries and our organization Spark, and students and student organizations. And so, the image here you're seeing is an example of, from that first National Day of Action for open access, where students actually put price tags of what journals cost on physical copies of those journals out of frustration with the access barriers they create. And I imagine, those are barriers that folks at Northwest University are familiar with, in a similar way that these are familiar to folks working at institutions around the world. And these prices are indicative of a much larger system, and one where a handful of particularly large commercial players have recognized the ability to extract revenue and extract profit from academic journals, even to the extent that it's is actually for some time now been noticed by folks far from the academic community. For example, The Economist, all the way back in 2012, called academic publishing a, quote, license to print money, largely driven by the cost of academic journals and the corresponding profit margins of the largest players, often exceeding 30 or sometimes even 40% margins. And the reason for these high profit margins, the sort of underlying dynamic, I think is worth unpacking explicitly. And I think the folks that are participating in this call are likely very familiar with this dynamic, but so many of the inputs of academic publishing are given freely or voluntarily by researchers, by scholars, right? providing manuscripts to publishers for free, performing peer review, most often for free for no compensation, often even serving as editors of journals for no compensation or very little nominal compensation. So for academic publishers, so many of the inputs are given voluntarily. And then on the other side of the equation, on the access side, represented in this comic here by the Monopoly man in the bottom right-hand corner, publishers have a lot of power to set the price of academic journals, at whatever they want. Because, unlike newspapers, where if one becomes too expensive, you could get similar information or even sometimes the same information from another one. Every academic journal, the content within them, is only available in that journal. In a very real sense, it is its own monopoly. And that gives commercial entities a huge degree of power to set the price, wherever they want. And I think this is a core dynamic that's driven academic journals to become as expensive as they are, and led to the challenges that we've now long seen in getting access to the research literature. Fortunately, this is where open access comes in. It was originally created as a response to these incredibly high prices of academic journals. And just to ensure we're all on the same page, I think it's worth briefly touching on the definition of open access, which has two parts. There's the first part, about the free, immediate online availability of scientific scholarly articles. So being able to read articles without hitting a paywall. But then there's also the second part of the definition, that these articles come with full reuse rights. So you're not limited to just reading the article. You could, repost and share the article however you'd like. You could translate the article, into a different language without, permission barriers. You could, feed articles into text and data mining analysis and tools that are, increasingly becoming important to the research process. But, if you only have read access, you can quickly become, hamstrung in trying to use these new tools. There are typically two paths. Again, this is probably familiar to many folks, but just to ensure we're all on the same page, there are typically two paths that are discussed towards open access, either publishing in an open access journal, you're making your article openly available, directly at the time of publication by publishing with an open access publisher like PLOS. Or the second path, is what's called self-archiving, or making a copy, usually an author's accepted manuscript, publicly available in an institutional or disciplinary, or even generalist repository, where, even if you're publishing in a journal where the final version's behind a paywall, an earlier version of the article can be made publicly available in most instances. Most publishers, most journals allow some form of the article to be made publicly available, though sometimes after an embargo, sometimes 6 to 12 months after publication. And open access is one part of a sort of broader, a broader issue referred to as open science, or sometimes open research. That includes open access and open academic publications, but also includes open research data, open code or software that underlies the research process, even things like open hardware or open educational resources, or components of that sort of broader set of open research knowledge. And this is a graphic from UNESCO as part of their UNESCO recommendation on open science. It sort of depicts that broader umbrella of open science. So now that we've talked a little bit about sort of open access and gotten sort of some alignment on the key terms here, I think it's really important to follow the policy developments, given the role that research funders, particularly public research funders, play in the research ecosystem. Their support for open research and the requirements that are increasingly common among those funders, I think, tells us a lot about where research is headed and what to expect in the future. So, here in the US where I'm based, our Office of Science and Technology Policy 2 years ago has released a memo essentially requiring that all federally funded research in the United States be made immediately available upon publication in a peer-reviewed journal. Also has similar requirements for data and code in some instances underlying publications, and the federal agencies in the United States, the science agencies that are responsible for implementing this memo, are currently working on finalizing their policies implementing this, and we should see more of those coming online over the coming months, and full implementation coming into force over the next year. But I think it's also important to recognize that it's not just sort of the science office within the White House that views open research as a priority. It even extends up to the president of the US himself. And in 2022, shortly after that OSTP memo was issued, the president gave the remarks that you can see on the screen here, specifically calling out the importance around transparency in research results and how those can accelerate the research process. But this momentum for open research among government funders is by no means limited to the US. The National Research Foundation in South Africa has a similar policy requiring funded articles to be made publicly accessible no more than 12 months after publication. I imagine many of you are familiar with these policies, and if you have questions, I'm sure the librarians there could answer those questions about the NRF or other South African policies, or ones that might apply in the context there. Looking more broadly, there are similar policies that have been put into place across Europe. And, again, like the president here, the president of the European Commission has spoken about the importance of open research to the future of the European Union's not just science policy, but also their economic policy as well, such as these remarks at the World Economic Forum. Leaders in China have also, made similar remarks talking about how they expect to see an open science environment moving forward. And Latin America has long been an exemplar in the move towards open research, where so much of the research published in the Latin American context has long been made available, through open research infrastructure. And through open research infrastructure that's community governed. So Latin America has long been a leader, in this space, and one that I think the rest of the world can learn from. And it's not just individual national governments. There are sort of intergovernmental bodies that are throwing their weight behind open research and speaking about its importance for the future. This is just a selection of two examples, from the G7 and the G20, showing how their science ministers, have put together statements, talking about how they see, open science or open research as central to their approach to research moving forward. And then finally, I'll just close, sort of this section by pointing out this joint appeal from the United Nations and the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, really articulating about this point that open research, is critical if we're going to address the most pressing global challenges. In this case, climate change being a focus of this statement. But there's also connections between, open research as an accelerant and, most of the Sustainable Development Goals. So even at the highest levels of the United Nations, and UNESCO, clear strong support for open research as sort of the future of research communication. Complementing sort of these public entities and NGOs, there are also a lot of private foundations that are increasingly supporting open research. The Spark organizes a group called the Open Research Funders Group that is a group of many private research foundations that are committed to open research and sort of adapting policies internally to support the open communication of research that they fund. So I think all of these examples of funder policies help indicate that research is clearly on a trajectory to become more open, and that's actively happening right now. But as that happens, I think it's really important to ask, is research becoming more equitable? So one aspect or one concern here that is likely familiar to many folks in the room would be article processing charges or author side payments to make an individual article openly available. And I think here there really is concern moving forward that this not become the dominant or continue to be the dominant sort of business model for open access journals, even going back to the early days of article processing charges depicted here from 2005 to 2019 or so. You can see, as shown in this graph, what the authors term as hyperinflation in article processing charges. So, really significant increase in the cost of these charges, over time. And unfortunately, this graph only goes to 2019 or so, 2018 or so. And APCs have only gotten more expensive since then. With some of the most expensive APCs being those that those required by Nature to make an individual article in Nature openly available, that now surpass 10,000 euros per article, or a little bit more than 12,000 US dollars. Which is a huge increase even from the top end of the scale in this graph that I was showing earlier. So I think the containment of costs around APCs, and even more importantly, the move away from APCs as a leading model for business model for open access publications, I think will be really important to center equity in open research moving forward. Especially because of how much we're now spending on APCs that could be going to to other aspects of research infrastructure. This is a very recent study by the Scalcom lab showing that, or estimating that, we now spend about $2.5 billion per year on APCs, which again, I think could be much better spent in the support of community governed, community owned research infrastructure, rather than sort of extracted in this way. But APCs aren't the sort of only aspect of equity to pay close attention to here. There are currently existing biases that I think we have to pay close attention to how we address them in the shift towards open research. Things like the geographic and other types of representation on editorial boards of journals, and would encourage you to read this fantastic article that was published during Open Access Week in 2019, looking at the bias, particularly towards the global north and editorial boards. Similarly, there continues to be a significant challenge around language diversity. Many different contexts. The graph here shows the different kinds of language representation in the directory of open access books. And I include this here just to sort of flag this too as an area where, as we shift towards open systems, we should also be paying attention to, existing biases, and work to avoid replicating them in open systems. And then maybe most topically, I think, AI, the use of artificial intelligence in the publication process is another thing to pay close attention to when evaluating whether we're, sort of moving towards more equitable systems for research. And there, before AI was as, sort of hot a topic as it is now, there were serious questions about, the potential use of AI in places like the peer review process, where it's very easy to imagine, sort of AI tools replicating biases, within the peer review process. And since then, there's been a publication of this great article called "The Perils of Artificial Intelligence in Academic Publishing," that really goes into detail from the journal editor's perspective of a journal where Elsevier had introduced some AI sort of enabled sort of changes in the workflow of that journal to, I think, for example, suggest reviewers for the editors. And they, in the essay, really unpack how, sort of the automation of editorial processes would fundamentally undermine the work of the journal as a site for community building within their discipline, and sort of replace the really intentional choices that they make to cultivate that community, with automated ones that, may be nominally more efficient, but really undermine the role that they see their journal playing. So, I think these kinds of questions, the shift towards open research leads to a natural, question about, sort of on whose terms is research becoming open, whose priorities do, these systems reflect. And this is something that SPARC has been closely following for a number of years, starting with our landscape analyses and roadmap for action in 2018 and 2019, sort of analyzing the landscape of research, research communication, and sort of highlighting the way particularly the largest commercial players were evolving or likely to evolve in ways academic institutions, researchers and libraries could respond proactively. And there's so much to talk on there, but just because we don't have much time, I'll just flag one core trend, which is sort of the evolution of particularly the largest academic publishers to sort of expand from becoming publishers to becoming entire platform businesses that own products across the research life cycle, from discovery to publication to research evaluation. And this is a figure from an article by Alejandro Posada and George Chen in collaboration with Leslie Chan that sort of shows different Elsevier products at each stage of the research life cycle. And you can see that there are products all across the research life cycle from start to finish. And as sort of these products become integrated, I think academic institutions really have to think carefully about how that could change the relationship between companies that own these platforms and researchers and academic institutions, and allow the commercial players even more leverage. And so, as publishers are evolving towards becoming platform businesses, one of the trends that we've seen is weakening of privacy protections, and more user surveillance as part of the research process. And last year we released a report analyzing the privacy policies and practices of Elsevier's Science Direct product. And sort of the top line results of that report were that user tracking that would be unthinkable in a physical library setting now happens routinely through publisher platforms. And the report goes on to document a variety of different ways in which Science Direct's data privacy practices directly conflict or undermine library privacy standards and guidelines. And I won't go through all these different points, but I think the takeaway here is the increasing drive to collect detailed user information about those using these resources, and the drive to monetize that in new ways. For example, through the analytics products that Elsevier also owns. Elsevier and Science Direct are by no means sort of the only publisher that libraries or academic institutions or faculty should look at from a privacy perspective. We just in the last couple of weeks released a similar report focused on Springer Nature's SpringerLink that found similar concerns with the amount of tracking on the site. And leading research organizations like the International Science Council have directly called out the concerns about how this kind of data collection can lead to commercial publishers becoming, what the International Science Council calls science knowledge platforms. That could negatively affect the public interest mission of research. And similarly, the German Research Foundation, specifically called out how this kind of detailed tracking can fundamentally contradict academic freedom and informational self-determination. So to close, in the few minutes we have remaining, I want to emphasize that it really is possible to put equity at the core as we're evolving towards open research systems. But to do that, we have to be intentional in the choices that we make. And in particular, we need open and community governed infrastructure. Fortunately, this is something that's been called out directly by UNESCO on behalf of all of its member states within the UNESCO recommendation on open science that specifically identifies non-commercial infrastructure, as critical to open science. Beyond UNESCO, other groups like ALEA, representing academies across Europe, has called out the importance of focusing on equity in open access and not replicating, barriers to participation in the same way that there have previously been barriers to accessing the research literature. In Africa, the Association of African Universities has been closely following this issue, and as an example, they've hosted a workshop on global equity and open access publishing. So something that is being closely followed by leading academic organizations across the continent there. And here in the U.S., the AAAS, one of the biggest scholarly societies in the U.S., has talked about the importance of putting equity at the core of its approach to open access, and again, not putting financial burdens of publishing on authors. And then finally, sort of in this point, I'll also talk about, or just touch on briefly, how the national academies in the U.S. Have also convened a set of roundtables since 2019, focusing on changing the incentive structure across universities, and other research organizations in the United States to better align with incentivizing open research. And I think there'll be more and more momentum in that direction to align incentives within the academy with the open sharing of research outputs. Libraries have also taken action in this area, or an important player. And one example, the MIT in the US made the decision to go completely out of contract with Elsevier and stop subscribing to Elsevier journals after Elsevier did not meet their set of principles for negotiations to align their agreements with publishers with MIT's institutional values. And MIT is just one example of a broader trend of academic libraries walking away from big deals and working to better align their spend with academic publishers, away from those that are at tension with their values or with the best interests of the research community, and instead focusing their spending with players that are more aligned with their vision, with the academic community's best interests. Then there are also a lot of examples of researchers as members of editorial boards, taking action directly and resigning en masse as editorial boards from commercial publishers and restarting their journal with a new publisher. Is fully open access, and in a way that doesn't charge for authors or to readers, and better aligns with their values. And over the course of the last 18 to 24 months, there have been a whole sort of cascade of journals like this, where the editorial boards resigned from their commercial publisher and restarted the journal in a more community-minded way. And then finally, to close, there is real momentum behind Diamond open access publishing that doesn't charge anything to authors or to readers. And later this year in December, there will be the second global summit on Diamond open access, that will not only demonstrate the broader momentum behind Diamond Open Access, but in this meeting really contextualize that conversation within the African continent and unpack how Diamond can best support local priorities in Africa and respond to diverse institutional contexts across the continent. So we're very much looking forward to participating in that, and would encourage folks to either try to participate in person if possible, or join virtually, live or through recordings. So thank you so much for the invitation to participate in Northwest University's Open Access Week this year. I hope this short presentation will be a helpful contribution to your discussions locally. And again, if you have any questions or if there's anything that we can do to be helpful, this week or in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out with my contact information here. Thanks so much and have a great rest of your Open Access Week.
Mr. Shockey unfortunately could not join us for the session, but we would like to convey our gratitude for that presentation. I just want to check if Prof Jako Olivier is online.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, great. Thanks, Prof. All right, so we are now going to move on to our last presentation. And our last presentation is from Prof Jako Olivier. And his topic is on open knowledge as a public good, catalyzing scholarship for the community over commercialization. And just briefly about Prof Olivier, he is an advisor of higher education at the Commonwealth of Learning in Vancouver, Canada, and an adjunct professor of open education at the University of Nova Gorica, Slovenia. He is a member of the advisory board of the Open Education for a Better World initiative. He's also rated as an established researcher by the National Research Foundation of South Africa. His current research relates to open and distance learning, self-directed learning, open educational resources, localization for open education, and blended learning. Prof, I will now hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I hope that you are able to see my screen. I will keep my eye on the chat if there's any issues that come up. I hope we'll be able to see that as well. Can someone just confirm whether you can see the screen and hear me clearly?
Yes, Prof.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So first of all, it's a privilege to be invited to be part of the Northwest University's Open Access Week celebration. Thank you very much to the directors, and thank you the kind library staff and also Clarice Mostert for this invitation. It's always great to be part of this celebration, and I have been in the past when I was still working for Northwest University, so it's really a privilege to be back again. Today I would like to talk about open knowledge as a public good and catalyzing scholarship for the community over commercialization within this process. So from the title, you would have seen that there's a clear link between the Open Access Week theme, community over commercialization, which I assume you've been talking about the whole day. And this prompts us to ask what open scholarship truly entails. Today, I'd like to reflect on these two aspects, knowledge as a public good in the open sphere and the need for scholarship for the sake of community over commercialization. Some fairly known concepts within higher education, within South Africa, the Commonwealth and wider, but not necessarily something that's the norm yet, sadly. For 12 years, I was in a lecturing position at Northwest University, and I did not realize what privilege it was to be able to access so many scholarly publications, often behind paywalls without any effort. Currently, I work for an intergovernmental organization, and despite the fact that we are mandated to create and widen access to opportunities for learning and to share knowledge, we've got limited access to so many databases that you would assume would be easy to get to. In working with partner ministries and higher education institutions across the 56 Commonwealth countries, it's clear that access to scientific, or for that matter, any educational publication, varies significantly between different contexts. Hence, despite some excellent initiatives towards supporting open access, and my colleague just shared some in a previous presentation, and many initiatives internationally through many organizations and governmental bodies in many countries, unfortunately, open access publishing is not the norm and even a financial feasible possibility. In many cases, academics are forced to publish where they can and what they can afford. If we have to talk about book publications, quite often you have to opt for Springer, Routledge, and publish in a book where you can get published, even though you can actually not afford to buy the hard copy of the book if you were to do so afterwards. Quite often the libraries cannot even. So there's a bit of a disconnect between what is possible and where you can publish and what is financially possible in terms of getting it published openly. To give you an example, when searching for one of my own earliest articles that I published in a journal called Communicatio, it's a local South African journal, and it's now part of the Taylor and Francis group of publications. I could only access an article that I wrote there for $53 US, which is about 933 rands. And there's no other way for me to get that article downloaded unless you have access to it through another way. So that is the problem we have in terms of the disconnect between what is available and what is possible with open access publications. So reflecting a little bit on what the situation is currently, and you might know some of this already, and I think that Nick also referred to one of these aspects. According to the Open Access Journal Publishing 2024-2028 report, open access sales reached 1.9 billion in 2023 and 2.1 billion in 2024, which is up from 1.8 in 2022. And they are expected to grow to around 3 billion by 2028. So open access publishing is a lot of money. It's big business. And that is where we have to kind of reflect on what the role would be as knowledge generators within higher education, whether it's all about commercialization or all about community. But how much gets published? In the Directory of Open Access Journals, the number of articles that have been added have actually declined, with a total of 1,117,000 in 2023 versus 1,147,000 in 2022, the previous year. A 3% decline, that is, in terms of the articles. I think apart from that, the sense is that open articles and open publications wider will increase over time. But it's interesting that specifically in this directory that there's been a slight drop. But is it worth it? Is open access publishing worth it at all? Spark Europe, they've got the Open Access Citation Advantage service, which up to 2015 they collected articles tracking the citation advantage that open access articles would hold. And it was clear that the majority of studies showed an advantage. So if you publish openly, your article or book chapter will be cited more often than those that are published in a closed manner. Another publisher, Springer Nature, has indicated on average there are just under 30,000 chapter downloads per open access book within the first year of publication, which is 7 times more than the average for a non-open access book. They also say that citations are on average 50% higher for open access books than for non-open access books over a 4-year period. Interestingly, Springer Nature also notes that open access book tends to receive an average of 10 times more of online mentions than non-open access books. And Springer Nature, good publisher, but try publishing a book through them and having the whole book as open access. It's dizzying the amounts that goes into that kind of publishing. In an article by Klebel and Roshallauer, they analyzed 1.5 million articles from journals listed in the directory of open access journals. And despite the idea that open science holds a promise to make research processes more transparent, efficient, rigorous, and inclusive, yet according to them, current incarnations of open access publishing seem to partly contradict these goals. They note that article process charges becomes a barrier to some in getting their scholarship out in the world. And that is definitely true within the Commonwealth. The majority of countries in the Commonwealth, for higher education institutions, they cannot cover the article processes charges as their counterparts would be able to do within the global north. Interestingly, in this article, they note big differences between disciplines when it comes to article processing charges. For the natural and life sciences, it can go easily above $1,000 US. But for social sciences and humanities, it can go down to $250 US, which actually also is quite an alarming thought that in some of the fields, it's just worth more money than others. In another article by Ma, Bugle, and O'Neill in 2024, they've noted a drastic increase in the number of open access articles, which actually contradicts some of the Directory of Open Access Journals statistics. But they also have raised concerns about equality and diversity issues, noting that for researchers without an affiliation and researchers on the scientific periphery, that are being excluded from, for example, the golden access model. They argue also that the golden open access model is destructive to the knowledge production ecosystem by addressing the importance of bibliodiversity. And I think that is a very important concept, and definitely in a Southern African context, that is highly relevant. How do we ensure that all voices within the disciplines are heard? How can higher education institutions realign their research budgets to allow for this? But let us consider knowledge as a public good. This is not a new idea, and it's not the first time that this concept has been raised. But I think when we talk about open access, when we talk about open educational resources, and I'd like to acknowledge one of my colleagues, Dr. Sanjaya Mishra, who's written about open educational resources as a public good. But I would want to extend it to knowledge, covering all the research outputs we also have in this regard. But moving on, Vincent Ostrom and Eleanor Ostrom stated in their 1979 publication that a public good is defined as one which is not subject to exclusion and is subject to jointness in its consumption or use. And it might be sensible to read this article if you want to unpack those concepts, but let me try and do it the best I can. Not being subject to exclusion means that it's impossible or very costly to exclude individuals from using the good once it has been provided. Everyone has access to the good regardless of whether they've paid for it or not. For example, clean air or national defense cannot be limited to only those who contribute to its provision. Everyone in a country benefits from that. In terms of jointness in consumption, this characteristic indicates that one person's use of the good does not diminish the ability of others to use it. For instance, if one person enjoys the public park and consumes clean air, it does not prevent others from doing the same. So in terms of academic research, Research projects are often funded through external funding sources or through institutional contributions, doesn't matter. And at the very least, the type of publications published in higher education in South Africa tends to lead to publication subsidies that can fund further research. So research is done, the knowledge has been provided, now it should be shared without any exclusion. Initiatives like Nick mentioned for the National Research Foundation, where it's required for NRF funded projects, kind of supports this, that it's the basic principle that it's government funding used for the research, so it must be shared openly. But looking at the majority of research being published in the country, that might not necessarily apply. Unfortunately, as a public good, there are also some negatives. The individual generally has no choice as to consuming or not. The individual generally has little or no choice as to the kind of quality of goods that can be found. Payment for goods is not closely related to demand or consumption. It applies also to research. And allocation decisions are made primarily by someone else. But as it is with knowledge, once you share it, it does not diminish access to others. Stiglitz, in a wonderful chapter in 1996, wrote that knowledge should be a public good, and that basic research and many other fundamental forms of knowledge are not, and almost certainly not, should be, according to Stiglitz and his words, protected by an intellectual property regime. In these areas, efficiency requires public support, and this public support must be global, must be at the global level, unquote. However, it's essential to consider how knowledge can actually be considered in terms of being a global or international public good, but still being relevant locally. And that's the challenge to our researchers. But returning to the theme of the International Open Access Week for 2024, linking to the theme from last year, community over commercialization. And according to the Open Access Week, this theme contributed to a growing recognition of the need to prioritize approaches to open scholarship that serve the best interest of the public and academic community. So both inside the peers of the researchers, but also those outside. I would want to beg for some balance between scholarly and community benefits. As academics, we have a responsibility towards both our scholarly peers and the wider community in terms of the aim of research, but also the communicating our findings. We also, in this process, need to be inclusive of different voices within the community, considering disabilities, gender differences, language differences, and all the differences in terms of the voices that the scholarly community has. Open access implies being inclusive in terms of this wider academic activities, especially in terms of making content accessible. Finally, we also need to ensure wider access to research through multiple modalities and platforms. I've mentioned this in a number of places in the past, and I think it's still valid, that we need to share findings through not only articles and book chapters alone. And that doesn't mean the job is done. Despite some good practices by some academics on social media and with some journals with plain language summaries, the value of popular media and short videos and other multimedia should not be underestimated. The long and the short of this is actually that we need to share research findings in multiple formats to make it available to different relevant audiences. Now, not all research lends it very well to this, but in many cases, research can actually be shared in a wider format. So, and I think that's the responsibility for academics to realize that once the conference is done, once the publication is on paper, the work is not done, that findings need to be shared wider. We tend to be in, and that's reflecting from my own experience at South African University, is that once the article is done, we move on to the next one. And we don't necessarily have the time and even the capacity to share wider in this sense. Then moving to the commercialization part. Unfortunately, commercialization is a reality not just for publications, not just for research, but for higher education in general. In the work that I stand in currently, this is more true than anything. Universities in the Commonwealth definitely are run as businesses, and they need to have proper thought out business models that they rely on. So unfortunately, that also drives this movement of commercializing any research outputs. But I do wonder, in a South African context, is something like research subsidy sustainable? Articles in accredited journals has cost the Department of Higher Education and Training over 19 billion, with articles just being over 1 billion 10 years ago and 2.4 in the latest financial year. So within the 10-year period, it's cost them 19 billion to pay out these article related subsidies, and there's generally more with students and the like. Then open access models also provide some interesting insights when it comes to commercialization. And as Nick Shockey also mentioned, we talk about golden open access models and diamond and platinum, etc. According to Highwire Trendspotting in 2024, they had a blog post on scholarly publishing industry transformative trends, which is really an interesting read. They note that open access is evolving, that it's transitioning from the traditional golden open access model to embrace more diverse approaches. And I think this is what will be interesting for academics and also libraries, that where the goal typically involved authors publishing in open access journals where articles are immediately available to readers without a paywall, but usually with an article processing charge, we now have the options of increased diamond and green open access. Diamond offers that similar immediate access, but without carrying authors or charging rather authors any article processing charges. Often this is supported by institutions and scholarly societies. And as a side note, this is something that I could definitely recommend, that as academics, as people functioning within the higher education sphere, that we prompt our scholarly societies to actually start journals and to support journals. Unfortunately, the trend that I've been seeing is the other way around, that a lot of these journals that have been started by these organizations are then given to publishers, and because it's just too expensive and labor intensive and sometimes very specialized to get it done. But back to diamond and platinum. Platinum open access also provides free access without charging article processing charges, and it relies on funding models that cover operational costs through other means, rather than direct payments from authors. So it can be done, but also again, not necessarily the best option in all contexts. Green open access or repository-based open access, where authors publish in subscription journals and then simultaneously deposit to work in institutional or subject-specific repositories, is also a good option. We work a lot with universities where we get them to create courses that are shared as open educational resources, and that is generally shared through their institutional repositories. But sometimes it ends into that whole of an institutional repository that if you search worldwide, there's no way to actually go into that specific repository and get that as well. So that wider sharing also needs to be considered when we talk about green open access. Because I will not even think to search for some distant university's institutional repository looking for an article. Why would you look there? So it becomes a bit of a technical issue that if it can be included in other databases, of course, the problem is then solved. The last thing they mentioned in this blog article from Highwire is the whole idea of hybrid open access, or a blended of both traditional and some of these other open access and publish models that I've mentioned. So that if a charge is paid, articles then available both through subscription and open access. And that, I think, is also one way of getting institutions that can pay to pay and get, say, for example, hard copies of books, and then let open access version be available through other avenues. Towards concluding, I'd like to turn to the issue of knowledge equity. In the period from 1996 to 2023, 10 countries provided 70% of publications, according to Schimago, as you can see here. And you can see the countries, United States, China, United Kingdom, Germany, Japan, India, France, Italy, Canada, and Australia. It's a lot of publications, and yeah, the majority of them came from these countries. Only through increased affordable open access can knowledge equity be supported and voices from other places also be recognized. I would urge colleagues to take a look at the Declaration on Knowledge Equity. It's a group, and there's even some South African institutions involved in this discussion with the Knowledge Equity Network. And in that declaration, institutions and individuals can commit themselves to opening up access to the knowledge that is generated within institutions. So that is definitely a challenge that I want to pose to the audience today. But towards catalyzing scholarship for the community over commercialization, I do think we need to foster a culture of open access publishing. Beyond of just looking at the citation possibilities, the ranking of a journal, all these other things, but also look at which journals can actually pose an affordable open access avenue for my work. We need to take up the responsibilities as academics and as a university as a whole to make knowledge a public good. We've got a community responsibility in that regard. We also need to consider the role, the focus benefit for communities in research. And finally, we need to commit ourselves to supporting knowledge equity. So do go and take a look at the Declaration on Knowledge Equity. I currently work at the Commonwealth of Learning, and we not only support open education through policy development and capacity building work with ministries, government departments, and educational institutions across the Commonwealth, we are also committed to supporting open access. Two ways that we are doing it, and that this could be relevant to your institution, but also to your professional organizations, is that we have an open access journal for learning for development, and we fund everything from our side. So we do a lot of the technical things ourselves, and then when it comes to copy editing, we cover that, and the platform, we cover that. It's an open source platform in any case as well. So when an academic submits an article there, it'll cost them nothing when it's published totally open. So it is possible to do this on a budget that's not too, extravagant. Also, we share all our publications with an open license through our repository. Everything. So if it's a consultant report that we've earmarked for publication, whether it's a book, whether it's a report, whether it's research, whether it's the president's quarterly report, all of that is published with an open access through our, it's called OASIS, the Open Access Repository. And with the open licenses, that can actually be reused for other purposes. I want to conclude by saying that catalyzing scholarship for the community over commercialization starts with you and the role that you play in creating and sharing academic scholarly outputs. So within this week, I want that hopefully you can reflect on the possibilities within your field, within your research, and see how you can make it slightly more equitable, slightly more geared towards community, and bring a little bit more openness to your work. Thank you very much.
Prof Olivier, we just want to say thank you for that presentation. We certainly learned a lot from it, especially when you were highlighting aspects of community versus commercialization. I believe this now brings us to the end of our program. Unfortunately, as I've indicated earlier when we started, we did not really have time to engage, but I believe that we've had a very exciting day. The presentations were very insightful. We certainly learned a lot from today on open access. And I think if we were to give each person in the room, a minute or so to kind of give us what their highlights are, I believe that each person would have something to say. I don't believe that anyone left here not knowledgeable on any aspects of open access. So we want to thank all the presenters today. We had really high quality presentations, and we know that a lot of work went into it. So I think at this time, I will then allow Dr. Moyo, who is the Chief Director for Library and Information Services, to then conclude the session and to provide us with some closing remarks. Thank
you. Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. What a seminar, what a session we had this morning. Prof Jeffrey Mphahalele, the DVC for Research and Innovation, said this morning, we are here to learn. And as the program director said, we must have learned something from this session. We have been challenged by our speakers. Prof Dorothy here left us with a message, a call to action. The same message we have heard again from Prof Jako Olivier, who also alluded to the same fact that we need to reflect, particularly during this week when we celebrate international open access. We need to take that challenge and to reflect how are we contributing to open access? What are we doing for the communities around us? Latching on to Prof Yako's point again, where he said is somehow finding it difficult to access knowledge output. I met with a retired director at the beginning of July, and she said to me, you know what? There are certain things that we take for granted when we are working. I have challenges in accessing information resources. This is a library director who has just retired. So I agree with Prof Jako, but then you can imagine for somebody who is an ordinary member of a community, they will certainly find it more difficult to access information. So what are we doing? What are we doing as researchers? What are we doing as librarians? What are we doing as university administrators to ensure that knowledge output is widely accessible out there? As libraries, as Northwest University LIS, we're playing a critical role ensuring that knowledge output is widely accessible. Prof Jeffrey here alluded to the fact that we have transformative agreements that we have just rolled out to the university communities in the past 2 years. And we are tracking progress. Last year, I think we were sitting at 3 or 2 articles that we published through these transformative agreements that we have negotiated with our suppliers. And this year, the last report we got very indicated that we were sitting at 3 or 6 articles that have been published by our Northwest University researchers without having to pay article processing charges. But we would want that number to grow even further. And this is the challenge that I want to leave with you, our librarians, to live with you, our researchers, to say we have this opportunity where we can make a contribution in terms of open access, making research outputs widely accessible and available to our communities. I got an email, I think it's 2 weeks back, from Senlink, our consortium, to say there are, was it 32 slots remaining with one of the suppliers, that's Emerald. And we are here being hosted by firms. And when we speak Emerald, I see a lot of firms, subjects interested in publishing in Emerald journals. And that's an opportunity, and I hope we're able to share with Prof Verona and the wider faculty to say there is this opportunity, 32 slots that are yet to be filled for the year. And I'm just wondering how many of those slots did we get, did we take, did we make use of as Northwest University? So these 32 slots were available to all the subscribing universities in South Africa. So it must have been a red race to publish in Emerald journals. Having said this, when the work is done, when speakers have done their work, there's only one thing that then remains urgent. And this is for us to really thank our speakers from all over, Prof Dorothy, Prof Verona, who welcomed us to this facility, Prof Jeffrey,